Like to call the meeting of the Parks and Environmental Committee to order. It's now 8:34. Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. And Chairman Warren.
And present. We have 4 items on the agenda today. The first item is a resolution to transfer appropriated funds of $1 million from contract construction FY24 CIP budget number PK01036 Lester Community Center to architecture/engineering FY24 CIP project number PK101036 Lester Community Center. This is District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Could we moved and seconded, and I guess we'll have administration give us some information. Go right ahead, name and address, and speak into the mic.
Marsha. Right there. Marsha Allen, 2599 Avery. So this is just to appropriate funds for the A&E for Lester Community Center.
Do you have any questions from council members? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Chair is aye, so that'll go downstairs with a favorable recommendation. Thank you. Our second is a resolution to amend the FY24 budget in the amount of $78,625.93 from Botanic Garden personnel to M&S to compensate the Memphis Botanical Garden Foundation for a vacated position per their contract. This is District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Need a motion. Moved by Ford, seconded by Johnson. Administration, you are up again.
So this $78,000 is primarily to move from the personnel line. They didn't fill the position on the Memphis, City of Memphis side. So we need to put it in their M&S so they can fill it on the foundation side, the position. So it doesn't go away. They're still filling the position, just not as a City of Memphis employee. It will be a Botanic Foundation employee.
Any questions? Commission, Councilman.
Explain the difference.
So they are not a City of Memphis employee. They would just be employed by Memphis Botanic Foundation.
So we're giving the funds to a nonprofit.
We're giving the funds to them to employ a person for the position. Yes, ma'am.
Why can't they not stay with? Why won't the city employ someone?
Because according to our MOU and our management agreement, we're trying to move all of their personnel to their side. They can pay better and keep employees longer that way.
Okay, thank you.
I think we had a similar thing going on with Pink Palace, right? Where
yes, sir.
We had a number of employees that were employed by the city that are gradually being employed by the Pink Palace Foundation.
MMI, yes, sir.
It's a similar situation.
Yes, sir.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And that passes. We'll send that down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you very much. And now we're going to go to number 4, which is an update from Memphis Parks on the Fall Break Community Center schedule. All districts requested by Councilman Warren. I don't know if y'all read that, but they've done some different things during fall break, and I wanted them to explain that to us so the public would understand also. You're up again.
All right. So what we do for spring break camp, summer break camp, and fall break camp is we close the community centers down to the public from 8 to 5. We have youth in the building doing activities, and it's a safety measure for the youth that we service. And then our regional centers are open during those weeks that we're closed down to the public from 8 to 5. The regional centers are open from 5 to 8 to the public, so they can have regular programming, do everything that they need to do during the week from 5 to 8 is open to the public, and on Saturdays from 9 to 5. So we have 7 regional centers that are open 5 to 8 during fall break, spring break, and summer camp.
And the weeks that are not those camps, they're open usual hours, all of the community centers?
They're open, our regional sites are open from 8 until 8, all other weeks of the year, and the non-regional sites are open from noon until 8. all of the weeks of the year.
Now, are you using your non-regional sites for camp, or are you only using regional sites?
We're using all summer camps for, all community centers for camp.
And those hours are 8 to 5 in every center.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the centers that are normally noon to 5 are now 8 to
8
5 for camps.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Question.
Councilwoman Johnson.
So are you saying that the youth come in and they register during this time?
So they
And
are
sign up?
Yes, ma'am. They're already registering through our program, Rec Desk. So we have a few camps that are full. We have some that are nearing capacity and some that are at low capacity right now. If we don't meet the number on those low capacity ones, we could segregate the kids to one area and then still allow the public to come in. And we'll have that posted on our Facebook page.
Okay, so you're advertising this through Facebook.
Facebook, Instagram, we do some stuff on Twitter. It has been on the city's site as well.
And at the schools, I'll assume.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is there a cost for this?
No, it is absolutely free.
Okay, it says a parent dropped her child off at 8. Did you say 8?
Yes, ma'am, 8
Do you
o'clock.
provide them lunch?
They have lunch and a snack. Yes, ma'am, every day.
I just want to make sure the general public knows everything that's available out here. Because some
Absolutely.
parents probably walking around, so what am I going to do? Or Lord, I didn't realize this. So at least they may miss it this year, but hopefully next year the
Well,
program
if
will
they
continue.
haven't registered yet, we are having registration open all day today. So those sites that are not full, we only have 3 sites right now that are completely full. But the rest of the sites, parents can go ahead and register today and bring their children tomorrow morning.
Can you tell us which sites are full? So
Ed Rice, Hickory Hill, and Raleigh.
all right, thank you for that information. Oh, what about the movies in the parks? Did I?
Yes, ma'am. October, we do it every October and May. So Saturdays, movies in the park. This coming up Saturday. Let me look back at Adriana.
You
So
got
we-
time, Adriana. We're going to wait on you.
So we do this every Saturday in May and October. It is an amazing event. Last week we were at Orange Mound. The movie was Super Mario Brothers. This Saturday we will be Little Mermaid, and
That's Friday.
we doing them 2 days, doing the same movie.
Where is the second movie gonna be? Same place?
Hold on. No, it starts at 5:30 on Saturday.
I think we got to get a more
Well-
phone-friendly app here.
There you go, because, hey, I got Friday, and if it's gonna be 2 days, I would like to know.
So it is Saturday at Audubon. So that's a different location. We'll show the same movie.
Okay.
So we have to pay for the license for the movie, and if we run it twice in 24 hours, we only pay for one license.
I'm only worried about District 6 down there.
Yes, sir.
You are a little
Make
bit
sure
District
everything's
6.
done. Huh?
You just all District 6 all the time.
Hey, I'm elected again, and I'm District 6.
Congratulations.
Okay, only this time.
Friday,
Everything
5:30.
must go on in District 6 first. Yeah. And
Well, thank God that movie's on Friday.
Hey, I need to make that announcement that, hey, Friday the 13th, Southwest Twin. You can say it again, Little Mermaid.
Little Mermaid.
Everything starts at 5. The movie's supposed to start at 7. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Food trucks, everything else. I'm trying to develop that area. Audubon Park, I really don't care about because it's already there.
Yes, sir.
Okay? That's why I'm very concerned, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's why I said everything's gonna be by my district this time,
Okay. Understood.
not about somebody else that's already there. Okay?
Right.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, I don't think we need any action on that. I think we've got that out, and hopefully people will be able to publish that. And our next thing is a presentation from the Brooks Museum of Art, all council districts requested by me. And please come on
I
up.
got one more question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Audubon Park, how are the people knowing? That y'all put everything out like what we did for 6? I'm kind of concerned, okay?
That's not District 6 now.
I know it's not District 6,
Yeah,
but you know
you-
what, but 6 first, but I still represent Memphis. And like I said, and people can't come if they don't know.
That was my
Thank you.
part. That was why I was brought it up.
Yeah.
As people, I just
How
not
did they
aware.
find out?
So for Movies in the Park, we put it out on social. We sometimes do
Television.
media rounds. The City of Memphis site will put it out for us. But going back to registration for fall break camp, I know I didn't say this, but if you go to memphisparks.com, parents that need to register your children, memphisparks.com, and you can register your children for fall break camp. Register them today and drop them off tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock at their community center. But yes, sir, we put it out on social and do media rounds. We can,
Council person needs to know that also.
yes, sir, we can send a flyer. Yes, sir, we will send flyers to all council staff.
No,
So
I mean, main council staff is fine. You can send it to all, but the main council person needs to, that's where kids analysts and all can send everything out like I did, okay?
okay, well, we'll send it to you. Yes, sir. All right, we will send you all flyers of all programs.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and Councilman Jones are now present. And now we'll go to item number 3, a presentation from the Brooks Museum of Art requested by Councilman Warren. Please come up, grab a seat, introduce yourself, and begin your presentation. You have it to go on the screen? Yeah, Andy, can you help them get their presentation up for the screen? He'll get it for you there, Zoe. Good.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas is here.
And Councilwoman Easter Thomas is now present also. He'll let you know when it's up and you can start. Okay, if you want to start before your presentation, you can talk too. Just introduce yourself and the floor is yours.
Good morning. My name is Zoe Carr. I'm the executive director of the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, and I'm joined by my board chair.
Microphone.
Carl Person, excuse me, 99 Front Street, and I'm the board chair of Memphis Brooks Museum.
Thank you so much for inviting us here today to give you a little update on our building project. So as you, I might give them a second to get it up.
While you're waiting on that, what new things are going on at the Brooks still in Midtown that other people might want to know about while he's getting that up and running?
Thank you. So we will be open and programmed all the way until we move downtown. And our current exhibition is Black American Portraits. It's a beautiful survey of portraits by Black artists and of Black people in all media, including photography, sculpture, film, quilts. So if you haven't yet come to see it, please do. Okay, we're ready. So we wanted to come and give you a little bit of an update on our capital project. As you know, we are preparing to move downtown. We are currently located in Overton Park. We've been there since 1916. And we are currently building a new facility, and I just wanted to show you the site again. It's on between Riverside and Front, between Union and Monroe. We love this location, both because of the incredible views of the river that it affords, but also the way it allows us to connect to all of these downtown assets, including the Cossett Library right across the street, and Tomley Park just 4 blocks down, the Civil Rights Museum. So it will really allow us to be a part of this dense network of cultural assets in downtown Memphis. We're thrilled that the new building will afford 50% more dedicated gallery space and 600% more art-filled public spaces. You might wonder what those art-filled public spaces mean. So right now we do programming on our plaza. You probably saw our beautiful summer art garden, and we had a beautiful installation of little selfie boxes. That space is a little challenging to work in, and in the new building we will have a new community courtyard, a roof garden, as well as a brand new plaza connecting the museum to Cossett Library, and I'll show you those. So we're very excited about the way this is both a new museum, but also a huge increase in public space for Memphians. And as I said, we're currently under construction. We expect to be coming out of the ground early next year, and we'll be opening in 2025. And this will represent a $180 million investment. The city of Memphis has very generously, thank you very much, given us $30 million towards this new project. So as you can see, it's a really nice leveraging of public funds. You may recall, originally the site had a fire station and a parking garage on it. And when we asked Memphians, we did a number of listening sessions before we completed design and started construction. We asked them, what do you want to see in your art museum? And they said, we want to see art and nature connected, and we want the museum to be much more accessible and inclusive. And we think that the design, which you see on the lower half of that slide, really responds to that. So the entire Front Street facade is glass. You can see into the exhibition galleries on the far left, into a new retail space that will completely focus on Memphis artists and makers right after that. There's a big welcoming front porch, and then on the right is a cafe space. And then the architects were very intentional also in prioritizing the pedestrian experience in designing the building. So the building is very far set back from the street. You can see the original structure has had a very narrow, frankly dangerous sidewalk, and we're replacing that with a sidewalk that is 30 feet in depth in many locations and has trees and excellent lighting and is really going to make Front Street be a much more dynamic pedestrian experience. Just another view of that. And as I mentioned, there's a beautiful new park that we're designing that will connect the museum to Cossett Library. We've been working very closely with our colleagues at the library on the design of that space. We'll both be programming the space. And this park will be free and open to the public. Obviously, it's a public park at all times. So we're really excited at the way our project is allowing us to give more public space back to Memphians. Just a few highlights from the building. This is our new theater space. We currently work with around 10 performing arts nonprofits and serve as a platform for them to come and perform at the museum. And we're really excited about the way this new space will be more dynamic. It's day lit. It looks over that community courtyard. You can see in the background of the image. We can show films in there. So a really lovely new space. This is just showing you one of our new education studios. We currently serve about 12,000 school children a year, mostly from Memphis Shelby County schools. Right now, unfortunately, we give them a tour of the museum and then take them down to the basement to make art, and it's kind of depressing. So we're very excited that in the new building, they will have daylight, beautiful new spaces that will inspire to make art, and we will be able to expand our programming that serves both school children and artists of all ages. Here's our new community courtyard. This is the size of 2 NBA courts. It's massive. It's where we'll do all of our big public festivals. So we're known for Day of the Dead. That's coming up on October 28th, as well as Chalk Fest. And you can see those little children in the foreground representing Chalk Fest. We will have art there, lots of programming and performances. We want this to be a really dynamic new space for Memphis. At the back of the courtyard, steps lead you down to this open-air amphitheater, which also has a view overlooking the river. If you flick to the next slide, yep, that's the backdrop. So we can have performances. You could sit in that open-air amphitheater and watch a performance, or you can just come and enjoy this beautiful new terrace overlooking the river. And the entire roof, as I mentioned, is a garden. It will have art in it. It will be free and open to the public, no tickets. You can come straight up there without going through the museum. So again, this is a massive new public amenity. We'll be programming it with lots of art, but it's also just a beautiful space to enjoy the views of the river. And this, as I mentioned, this building represents a $180 million investment. And earlier this year, our board decided that in order to incentivize lead gifts to the museum, they would offer a naming opportunity. And we wanted you to be the first to know that the Hyde family has made an additional commitment to the building. And together with the board, they decided to give the naming back to the city. So our new name, when we move down to the river, will be the Memphis Art Museum. And you will see that new name on all of the materials relating to our future. We're really excited about the way this new name allows us to become what we've always been, which is the City of Memphis's Art Museum, but we can be a little bit more explicit about it now. And can you move on? Yep. And of course, where we are today, we wouldn't be there without the generosity of so many donors, but including most particularly the Brooks family, who advocated for and funded our original building, the 1916 pavilion in the park. So we will be very thoughtful about honoring that legacy. We have a couple of plans we wanted to share with you, and we'll be working with the family. Actually, there's still some heirs of the original donors, and we've been in touch with them, and we'll be working with them on how the name is acknowledged. But we absolutely want to make sure that our story and our history is very clearly spelled out, and the Brooks family's role in that in our new building. So there'll be an acknowledgement in the new building. And then in addition, we will be working to make sure that there's an acknowledgement on every single work of art that was acquired while we were in our building in Overton Park, while we were the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art. So we will make sure that the Brooks family name is attached to that as well. And that's it. Can I answer any questions?
Let the record show Councilwoman Easter Thomas is here if I haven't said that already. And do we have any questions for this? Yes, okay, Councilwoman Swearington Washington.
Will there be a museum?
There will, yes. There'll be a cafe space right on Front Street, and that has a separate door right into it. It's on that first slide. And then on the roof, there's actually, so it's on the right side of that image, yeah. And then on the roof, there's another kind of dining bar opportunity as well.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Mm.
I just, this is beautiful.
Thank you.
This is beautiful. I don't really have any other questions other than what else can you do to make it look any better? Y'all were really intentional about how to really integrate as much opportunity for public space, families. I see a lot of things that are ADA accessible that we, you tried to overcome in the original Brooks Museum, and it's going to be in 7 now. Sorry, Warren, not in your backyard anymore. But this is just beautiful. This is just beautiful. It reminds you of when you go to Chicago to their museums, in New York, and you get to have that whole full aesthetic. So just great job on the plans, and I know we're going to be figuring out how we can be as best supportive as possible.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. If I can respond, Dr. Warren, one of the things that we were, Councilwoman, is that we're very intentional about even the design of the building, and we did not want to put a spaceship downtown. So if you look at it, it kind of blends into the landscape, and the way it is designed for public space and usage. That was one of the things that we were working very closely with the architects to make sure that it was the best fit in a perfect design. So thank you for those comments. Yes, very much so.
I think if you really like this, I think you should go to Miami Beach and go to Perez. Okay, and you can see the same architect, I think, did that, but it's very similar in how it blends in and takes in the water as part of the museum. It makes it really is cool the way they've done the same thing here. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you.
Let the record show Councilwoman Robinson is here.
Thank you. I too want to say it's quite impressive. But at the same time, I would like to see you, the park, and other entities downtown come up with ways to provide transportation for individuals who live a little bit further out, maybe even in Orange Mound area, Hickory Hill. Hopefully we can have certain days free transportation that will loop around and pick up people, bring them downtown so they can have an opportunity to enjoy this particular amenity. Transportation is still a major problem, and unless you personally address it, I think if we work together collectively, we can have a couple of days or 3 days out of a year where that service could be made available for the general public. Thank you. Thank you for a very good job. Thank you.
Can you do us a favor and explain exactly how people walking down the Riverwalk are going to traverse through the museum and that property, and how y'all have arranged that at this point?
Sure. So you mean if you're coming from Tomley Park, right?
Let's say you're walking from Forest Bluff, and you're walking south, and you're headed toward Tomley Park on the river.
Absolutely. So if you're coming from Fourth Bluff, you can actually see the bluff walk at the back of that image. And right right now, the bluff walk is very hard to find. You kind of have to know it's there. And our proposal is to remove that big sandstone wall that blocks it from view from Front Street. So actually from Front Street, you can see the bluff walk. You'll understand that there's an option to go back that way. But if you're coming south, obviously you would come around that bluff walk through this plaza, and then you would walk along Front Street. And part of the reason, honestly, that we added so much vegetation and those wide sidewalks to Front Street is to make it feel like a really wonderful city promenade, like a beautiful space that you want to walk with things to look at along the way. And then you would turn down Union, which similarly has very deep sidewalks and lots of landscaping and lighting to feel very park-like. And then at the bottom of Union and Riverside, you would be able to cross over the Riverwalk. So the intention was very much to use that site to connect these broken pieces of the Riverwalk, which right now are not well connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? So I think the Memphis Museum of Art, it sounds really exciting. So thank you guys very much, and thanks for bringing that down to us today.
Thank you.
If there are no other issues today, do you have a question? No other issues today. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Good morning. Today is October 10th, 2023, hours 9:30 by Julia's clock, so I am on time. This is the Housing and Community Development Committee. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Robinson, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, Councilman Morgan, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Canale, Councilman Warren, Chairman Colvett.
Chair Colvett is here. Let's know for the record, Council Lady Easter Thomas has joined us. The chair observes quorum. We have 3 items on our committee agenda. First is a resolution amending and appropriating the sum of $887,116.34 chargeable to the FY 2024 budget by appropriating funds to the Division of Housing Community Development Affordable Housing Program and Memphis Housing Authority Low Income Housing Programs. This is all council districts sponsored by the administration. It's a resolution, so I need a motion and a second.
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Doc. Director Cash, name and address. Tell us about it.
All right, great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Chair Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main Street. And so this resolution is actually us bringing our an allocation that we get from the Health Ad Board. We get a percentage off of pilot fees from the Health Ad Board, and what we are able to do with those fees is really to continue to support our community with community development projects. This is a flexible funding source, and so in the past, we've done some pre-development work at Crosstown, some environmental work. We have done some restoration projects with some sites around town. The name is escaping me now. Councilwoman, it's one that you ask me about often. And then we do other different pilots, different, projects that we want to do. And so these funds are available. We will start our annual grant fund. It will be out in December, where we put funds on the street for organizations to apply for. And so this helps to continue to support community groups in the city.
Very good. Questions of the group? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, it's in the opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. Goes downstairs with a positive recommendation. Let us also note before we go to item 2 that Mr. Ferris and Mr. Young are proudly wearing their pink today with me in honor of and support of Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I have many families that have suffered from that. So, gentlemen, I will not forget and thank you. All right, item 2 is a resolution to amend the Division of Housing and Community Development's federal budgets by accepting the appropriation and allocation of collected CDBG and home program income in the City of Memphis Oracle Financial System Grants Module for the fiscal years 2016, 17, 19, 21, 22, and 23 based on the actual collected, receipted, and reconciled funding per the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, IDIS Financial System, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Resolution, need a motion second.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Doc. Ms. Casher, Director Casher.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so this is a little bit of cleanup reconciliation, which is why you had all those years that you were reading in the resolution. This is a total of $2.3 million of what we call program income. We project how much program income we will have each year. These are for loan payoffs. Some of our down payment assistance loans, especially in the past, were paid off. Our older HARP program that we had before. And so this is amounts that we received over what we projected to have. Once again, these funds will go into our federal budget. And it's the same thing, we will make those available for different community development projects across the city. We just have to accept the funds, and that's what we're here to do today.
Very good. Thank you. Questions, comments from the group? Seeing none, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, it's opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. Goes downstairs with positive recommendation. Item 3, presentation on the Affordable Housing Dashboard, tnhousingsearch.org, all council districts, requested by yours truly. What's our update?
Okay, so that's this is the fun one. So I am going to actually turn it over to our new analyst, Amanda O'Meara, who who has worked so hard. We're really happy to have her. She's been on board a couple of months. She can definitely introduce herself. But she's worked tirelessly to develop this affordable housing tracker, which I think is really sleek. It's on our website. It's not live yet, but it will be shortly after this meeting, assuming there are either no additional feedback or we will make the feedback that we're giving here today. And then I think she also is going to walk us through the TN housing search. So we're going to flip it. We're going to do the dashboard first and then the TN housing search lookup. And so, Amanda, I will turn it over to you.
Ms. O'Mara, may I have your name and address for the record, and then please present.
Yes, Amanda O'Mara, project analyst, 170 North Main. Okay. So this is an interactive dashboard. This is in answer to the resolution passed by the Housing Committee to show available units in the city that are affordable, as well as projects under development, projects pertaining to vulnerable populations and resources for citizens and developers to be able to access. So the first page here shows some census data that kind of paints a picture of the state of affordable housing and the needs for various households. So you can see in this first graph here that on average, lower income households are more likely to be renters, and there is a significant household income gap between renters and homeowners. And then in this graph down here, you can see that on average, renter households have a much higher housing cost burden, meaning that they're spending more than 30% of their household income monthly on housing costs. So all of this highlights that Memphis has a significant need for affordable housing. Here you can see that in recent years, there's been a shift and there's a larger share of renter households in the city than homeowner households. And then this graph shows in these three lighter colors here that the majority of Memphians are earning less than 80% of the area median income set by HUD. Here you can see the breakdown of housing unit types, multifamily, single family, and middle housing, which is defined as 2 to 6 unit structures that are, a little bit more dense than single family, but not quite an entire apartment building. This bottom graph shows the housing unit gap for each income group. So as an example here, there are 52,000 extremely low income households in Memphis, which means that they're earning less than 30% of the area median income. And available and affordable units are defined as units that are either vacant and affordable to households within the income threshold, or they are not being rented by a group that earns a higher median income. So there are 52,000 households that earn less than 30% of the area median income, and there are only 8,000 units affordable to that group, which means there's a unit gap of 44,000. And then you can see the gap for other income thresholds as well. And the largest gap is less than 30% of the area median income and less than 50% of the area median income. I'm going to stop now to see if anyone has a question about that.
We have a question from Council Lady Easter Thomas. Before we do that, do we have copies of this presentation, or can we get them?
It's actually up on the HCD website.
Oh, that would make sense. Okay, I'll look at it then. Council Lady Easter Thomas, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. Is the website what it has on here, tnhousingsearch.org? Is that what that is?
So that is a separate website that we're going to do a demonstration on next. This is actually on the HCD website.
How do we get there?
What's our actual website? MemphisTN.gov. Okay, memphistn.gov, and then /HCD. And then there's a box to the left that says About HCD. And if you click on that box.
Can you take us there to here?
Okay.
For the visual learners we may have.
Yes.
Thanks.
All right.
She knows me too well.
Okay, so here's the home page. You scroll down and click About HCD. that brings up all of our site pages at the top here. And then you can click Affordable Housing Dashboard. And you can see here it's fit to the screen. If you click on this, expand, then it'll take up the whole screen. And then, I've been speaking through it, but most of the things I've been saying are also on these little icons that have more info if you hover over them. So this second page addresses points 1 and 2 in the resolution of available affordable units and units in each stage of development. All of this data, with the exception of the existing affordable units, the rest of the data on this specific page is projects since 2019, so that it's in alignment with the adoption of Memphis 3.0, which is the city's comprehensive plan. So existing affordable units is all units in the city that are subsidized and income restricted. In order to get this data, we collected data from THDA, HUD, the Housing Educational Housing Facility Board, as well as various nonprofit partners around the city that provide affordable housing. So this is the total number of existing affordable units in the city, 25,925. Of those units, 3,589 of them were funded through HCD programs. If you go down to this graph here, it shows all of the various subsidy sources. So this is Housing Educational Facility Board, community investment tax credits, various HCD funding sources, and then low-income housing tax credit. So up at the top, you can see HCD funded units since 2019 that were either new construction, preservation, are currently under construction or are in the pipeline, which means, they've been decided as projects and they'll happen in the next 2 to 3 years. And then other affordable units would be any other subsidy source that is not an HCD program. And you can see there's a larger share of preservation than new construction, just because, we're trying to build up. So then here you can see the breakdown of units by household type, renter, owner, and then there are some nonprofit projects that, they'll decide whether they're renter or owner once their construction is complete.
Is that the not yet assigned?
Yes. And then here you can see a breakdown by housing type, whether they're multifamily, single family, or that middle housing that we referenced before.
At 25,000, we need 44,000 for the 30% under.
Yes, so the existing units would be any units regardless of when they were funded, even if it was before 2019, but that are still subsidized, income restricted, and within their mandatory affordability period.
And the one on the right is 2019?
Is since 2019, yeah. And then this is an interactive map that has all of the projects and units funded since 2019. You can hover over them and see, the address, whether their completion status, if they're preservation or new construction, and the organization / developer that is creating that project. Any questions on this page? Okay. On the next page, so in 2022, Memphis Division of Housing and Community Development, along with the Joint Division of Planning, created a joint housing policy plan that laid out specific goals in order to meet the affordable housing need in the city by 2030, and it's in alignment with the Memphis 3.0 comprehensive plan. So this page of the dashboard lays out those 4 goals that are laid out in the plan, and then in all of these interactive graphs, you can see where we're at as a city toward those goals since 2019 and up, our goal is to have them completed by 2030. And then this matrix on the bottom right shows all of the policy recommendations and policy changes that we've committed to working toward. And if you click on them, you can see, what they are, what the progress is on the timeline toward having those happen, and whether some are already complete. Next page. This addresses point 3 of the resolution with housing available for populations most at risk for housing instability. So on the left-hand side, you can see senior affordable housing. So existing units, units under construction, and units in the pipeline. And this is as a share of the total amount for each of those categories. And then on the right side, you can see the work being done by the Continuum of Care, which is a HUD program that has various organizations that are all aimed at the goal of ending homelessness in Memphis and Shelby County. So this first graph shows units/beds, depending on the shelter type, by housing and unit type here. This shows all of HCD's allocated funding toward those programs. And then this bottom one shows the number of beds by housing type for each household type, or like population type. So family beds, chronic, which is also disabled, and then veterans and youth 18 to 24. And then the last page here addresses point 4 of the resolution, which is information on eligibility criteria and resources for citizens. So we have HUD fair market rents, which is the maximum rent threshold for subsidized housing. And then here is 3 different search engines that are available for citizens looking for affordable housing that they could access today. There's also information on all of HCD's programs that help homeowners and renters. There's information, this link here goes to Home 901, which is a website that kind of compiles all programs available from various organizations that can help homeowners and renters. And then this has a link to eligibility for Section 8, which is called the Housing Choice Voucher Program. And then on the right side of this page is tools and resources for affordable housing developers. So this box here has a short breakdown of all of HCD's programs that help fund affordable housing development. And then down here is an explanation of how community investment tax credits work and a link to that information for financial institutions to fund affordable housing development. And that is the dashboard.
All right, let's go to the Tennessee site then. We have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to clarify while you're pulling up the Tennessee website, the Tennessee Housing Search. That website is operated by THDA, so we don't control it, but it is a great resource for our community members to be able to find affordable housing. So if you want to go quickly through the through an example.
Did we control the one we just saw?
Yes, that was ours. Yeah.
Thank you.
I like that.
Thank you.
Lots of information.
So this shows subsidized housing as well as landlords that accept housing choice vouchers, this website here. So if you click on advanced search, then you can select Memphis as the city, and then we've got a demonstration example to show. So we are going to choose a rent range between $950 and $1,100. And we want that to be within a 2-mile radius of our office. Oh. And then we're going to choose some ADA, necessary accommodations here. And click on search. And we've got 4 available properties that we can see here, and you can see that they're various housing types. So there's an income restricted unit here, another income restricted unit here. And then this one is most likely what we referenced earlier, where it's like a landlord that'll accept a housing choice voucher, but it may not be.
It appears to be single-family detached.
Yeah.
Okay. Detached, guys, attached is like a duplex, triplex. Detached is like your single-family home, no common wall.
Yes. And so if you you can see on that, on this, there is a ton of different options. So you can get very specific with your housing needs and you can expand your search range. You can be within a distance of your child's school, a public transit stop if you are utilizing public transit instead of a car, a specific hospital based on your healthcare needs. You can select different amenities that you need. And then there's a whole section over here for different ADA accommodations. So it's a very useful search engine.
So this is when somebody goes to the Tennessee site, that's what they see. But if they go to our site, it's like on the 5th page when they start looking for houses.
Yes, but we are also working to add a more direct link to another site page that just says like resources for renters and citizens, and then it'll have that.
I get it. Y'all were presenting to us what we want to see, but let's flip the role because the people that are going to use it mainly need housing. So it's like that 5th page on our site.
Yes.
And again, you guys are the experts, but I would figure y'all want to put that in front of everybody.
Yes.
Cool.
So we will add it straight from one of these landing pages as well. Any other questions?
All right. Very, very helpful. Questions? Seeing none. Questions? All right. Thank you for a wonderful discussion. I'm not going to ask y'all to come back at this point because I'm going to go get on the website and kind of fiddle around with it. I recommend colleagues y'all do the same. But if there are no further questions, comments, please. Email all council members direct links so they just click and go. Note that Council Lady Robinson, Chair, let's see who else. Council Lady Jana, and everybody's here. Okay, note that they have
I want to call the Economic Development Tourism Technology Committee to order. Please call the roll.
Chair Jones. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Covette. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, we have two items. I'm going to take item number 2 first, FY23 MWBE report. All council districts requested by administration. Would you please come up, state your name, all, and you told me you could do it in 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Zandria Davidson, Director, Office of Business Diversity and Compliance, 125 North Main Street. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so just very, very quickly, just some highlights and updates from OBDC. We have seen over 16,000 clients for FY23. We had 194 workshops and 2,400 workshop attendees. And these are just some highlights of our ongoing outreach and community engagement efforts. Our CBPA program continues to be one of our anchor programs, a day of opportunity. And also we formed a partnership with Lemoyne College to offer a summer entrepreneurship certification program. And these are just some more highlights from the activities that we've held. And so this is just a basic formula of what we use to calculate our MWBE numbers. And let me also note that these numbers are prepared and the report is prepared by the Office of Performance Management. So for FY23, our year-end numbers are very, very good. FY23 year-end, we were at 20.89% with our certified MWBE spend, and our certified plus our non-certified spend was 27%. And I'm proud to present to you all our FY23 year-end numbers. We are at 27.5% with our MWBE spend for certified vendors and 30% with our certified plus non-certified spend with minority vendors. And this is just a breakdown of the different divisions where they are with their spend. And I know council likes to see the breakdown of the ethnicity with those numbers as well as the gender. So we have our Asian that came in at 7.73% of our spend. Our African American is at 75%. Our Caucasian is at 13%, and Hispanic and Latino community is at 2.75%, and Native American is just under 1%. And this is just a pie chart that shows that the city's paid a total of 262 minority vendors in FY23, with the top 10 vendors receiving 47% of the city's total payment to MWBE numbers. And 32 of those certified firms received over $1 million, with 3 additional non-certified MWBE vendors who also received over $1 million in city funding. And these are just our exclusionary categories, with the largest percentage being with our government agencies, which includes Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, and other municipalities, and where we also see our spend with vehicles and solid waste, finance, insurance, banks, and nonprofits. And these are just some more of our community and outreach engagement efforts that we've done throughout the year. Some more of those as well, outreach and community engagement, and that's all that I have. Any questions?
Any questions? Hey, you did it in 4 minutes. Okay, good enough. Look, we appreciate you. Thank you very much, okay?
Anybody else join? Just more.
Let the record show that Councilman Morgan has joined us also. Okay, number 1, ordinance, amending ordinance 5734 relative to the smart city fiber access system, establishing criteria for qualification as smart city fiber access system, defining smart city fiber access system, and authorizing and qualifying smart city fiber access systems, alternative requirements, terms, conditions, limitations, and provision for recovery of the city costs incurred. All council districts sponsored by administration. See, we have our mayor here. Do you want to start, Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that working?
Thank you. Get closer.
Is that working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the last presentation, I want to make note, and Chairman Jones will remember, and Councilwoman Patrice Robinson will remember when we started 8 years ago on those MWBE numbers, they were 12%. And I remember saying we want to be up there with the cities that do the best, Chicago and Atlanta, and they were at that time roughly 30%. So getting 27% certified, 30% including non-certified is a huge improvement. We still have a long way to go, but I want to thank the council for partnership on moving the needle there for 8 years. All right, with respect to fiber, 2 weeks ago, I reviewed 3 things with you. First, fiber optic cable is clearly the fastest internet connection available. Number 2, only 28% of Memphis has fiber, and it's mostly limited to wealthy areas. Number 3, our solution to provide digital equity is the ordinance that is before you. In short, that ordinance says that if somebody, any group, would bring fiber to the premises of 60% of our city and 60% of low-income areas, we would provide incentives. Today, we will present a much more extensive presentation to you, but it's all about a couple things: jobs, equity, education, and public safety. You will hear from subject matter experts on all those areas. I do want to highlight one area: jobs and economic development. Chattanooga became, in 2011, they became what we're seeking to do right now, is to get 1 gigabit all throughout the city. They started that in 2011. In 2021, they did a 10-year study. By the way, they market themselves as the world's fastest community-wide internet community. They've identified $2.7 billion in development because of that, and 9,500 jobs because of that. In fact, 40% of all the new jobs they've created over that 10-year period, they relate to being a gig city. Also, I want to highlight Memphis 3.0. We're trying through a plan and through improved infrastructure to get development in areas long forgotten. One critical piece of infrastructure would be fiber. If you want to put a retail store or a grocery store in an area, you want to be able to have fiber to the premises. And it's important for all areas to do it. It's fair, it's equitable, it's the right thing to do. You'll hear from 3 groups today. First of all, a couple of city employees and our consultant. Number 2, you'll hear from Blue Suede Network, who, if the ordinance passes, will provide fiber to the premises of 85% of our city. And 3, you'll hear from subject matter experts from around our community. For all these reasons and the reasons you'll be presented shortly, we ask that you add the ordinance to first reading today. Chief Ryan.
Thank you, Mayor. Next, we'll hear from Joanne Hovis with CTC Energy and Technology and Energy.
Thank you and good morning. It's a real pleasure to be back in Memphis. I have the pleasure this morning of sharing some information with you based on my experience in this field doing public broadband and internet planning over the past 25 or so years about the national environment and where you fit into it as a city here in Memphis, and why, as I said when I was here a couple of weeks ago, why I think that what you are considering doing here is so transformative and impactful and important. I'll start just first with a truism, which is the use of the internet every single day grows. The amount of bandwidth that is utilized by Americans every single day grows, and that will continue for the rest of all of our lives. There's only one direction that is going. And cities that are preparing for the enormous use and the huge amounts of bandwidth of the applications of the future, the applications that will be foundational to our economy in 5 years and in 7 years and in 10 and in 20 years, are seeking future-proof internet infrastructure as well. Internet infrastructure that will be able to accommodate any need in the future, anything that technologists can imagine and that engineers can design. That is what fiber represents. Let me talk a little bit about the digital divide and why fiber is a partial solution to the digital divide. I should start by saying that there are two components to it that are important to understand. The first one is infrastructure. The second one is how members of the community use that infrastructure. What we know is that here in Memphis, while you have broadband just about everywhere, you do not have the kind of world-class, best in the world fiber infrastructure that is found in many other cities. You do have broadband. It's important to note that every American city has broadband. We have cable broadband infrastructure in most American cities, and that is a really good place to be. But what we have in select parts of the country is competition between that cable broadband infrastructure and fiber networks. And in some cities, we have more than one fiber network in certain areas. That's what doesn't exist here. As the mayor said, something on the order of 25 to 28% of Memphians have access to fiber internet according to the most recent data. But what is proposed here would be considerably more extensive. So an infrastructure gap that is worth noting first and foremost relative to other cities that are positioning themselves for the next 50 years. But secondly, a utilization gap. We know that there are folks in every community in America, but quite a few here in Memphis, who are not using the internet because they struggle to afford access to the internet. And dealing with both of those things together is part of what is contemplated here. Let me note that when there is competition between providers, when a consumer has an option of choice, more than one provider, more than two in an ideal world, that consumer gets a different kind of experience. This is Economics 101. As I think I said when I was here 2 weeks ago, where I live in Bethesda, Maryland, we have 3 providers. Those companies knock themselves out trying to compete for my family's business, offering us specials, lower prices, better service. That doesn't happen in environments where competition doesn't exist. And this is one of the many ways in which the infrastructure divide and the adoption divide, or the true accessibility divide, interact with each other. What I think you have on the table here is the opportunity for the city of Memphis to join San Francisco and Austin, Texas, and Boston and San Antonio, and a lot of suburban areas, particularly more prosperous suburban areas, in that unusual category of entities that have really robust competition, not only with cable broadband, which, as I said, is in most of our cities, but also with competition with the best-in-class infrastructure, fiber to the premises. That is what is here. And if what is contemplated here of 85% of the city being built with fiber to the premises by the entity that has made this commitment in the event that the ordinance passes, you will probably be the best wired city in America because you will have fiber almost everywhere. And you will have that fiber network competing with other providers. This is not the case in most urban areas. It is not the case in cities that have a lot of poverty. Private investment goes exactly where we would imagine it goes, as it's supposed to in our system. It goes to the places where return on investment is the greatest. And what that means is that in our urban communities throughout the United States, for the most part, where it is expensive to build because urban areas are complex, and where there is poverty, meaning that revenues are going to be relatively modest, in those areas we don't see a lot of infrastructure investment by the private sector. It's, again, Economics 101. What I think is so fascinating about what you are doing here is that you're effectively changing the math. You are using your powers as a city to change the equation from the standpoint of creating incentives that are obviously of interest to the private sector, at least one company and hopefully more in the future. Let me show you what this looks like in Memphis currently. This is data, multiple months of data from the speed test company Ookla, which collects millions of speed test data points from around the country on an ongoing basis. If you've ever taken a speed test online to check and see what your speeds are at home, chances are you went to Ookla or a company like Ookla. And what Ookla has shown pretty consistently is that the download speeds in Memphis are among the lowest in the United States. By the way, I should note that with internet, upload speeds are frequently considerably slower than download. So download is your best case. What they're showing here from an aggregation of multiple months at the beginning of this year is download speeds below 50 megabits per second for Memphis. Fiber starts, as the mayor said, at a gigabit. A gigabit is 1,000 megabits. So 50 megabits, 1,000 megabits, and that 1,000 megabits in both directions. That is available in the neighborhood where I live, and I think it should be available in all of the United States to every consumer. But that gives you a sense of it. I'm not going to talk a lot about latency because I know that Wendy will, but what I'd like to do is show you a number of maps that my staff has put together over the course of the past week. These are data points from the Federal Communications Commission, which is aggregating data that is provided by the internet service providers of the United States. The FCC puts this data in their map that tells us where there is currently broadband and at what speeds. This is the map of what the FCC says where there is broadband currently of 100 megabits per second down and 20 megabits per second up in Memphis. Let me show you the next map. This is where there is cable broadband. It's pretty good. I want to be really honest with you. That's a good network and it delivers adequate speeds. I could get by with it many days, although I have to note my kids would not be able to get by with it because they require much greater speeds than I do. But that is where cable broadband is available. Can I have the next slide? This is where fiber is available according to the most recent FCC data. And that means that for the folks who live in those areas, and a lot of it's larger businesses, it's not residential as much as in many neighborhoods, it's larger businesses who have access to fiber. For them, there is competition between two networks. For the folks who don't live in those neighborhoods, they do not have competition between two robust broadband networks. And that is the difference between what you have in Memphis and what those cities that have fiber to the premises currently have. A couple more really quick slides with the maps. This is DSL. This is a communications service that is offered by the phone company over old copper phone lines. This exists in Memphis. It's very important to note. It is much, much slower speeds, and for the most part, the speeds available over DSL, or the full name is Digital Subscriber Line, are less than what the federal government considers to be broadband speed, and less than what any of us would require for video conferencing. So just want to give you a sense of the picture of where you are and where you could be. Two more really quick points, and then I should stop. I think I'm well over the time I was supposed to take, which is just to say our bandwidth use currently as Americans is a starting point for what we are going to be using in the future. This is not only about the needs of today, but it's also about the future of your city and the infrastructure that will support your city for many generations to come. The next slide. And you can get a sense just in terms of the kinds of applications that our children use and that our grandchildren will use, and that frankly, even all of us will use, the enormous bandwidth necessary. Thank you. A couple more slides. asked to address from a technology standpoint. And I should note, by the way, that the briefing that I prepared last week, which is available to all of you by video, has a much lengthier discussion of all of these slides. But I just want to share with you, when we talk about fiber, why it is considered this holy grail of communications infrastructure, this infinitely scalable communications technology that, when I use the term future-proof, really means that once that network is built, so long as it is maintained, it will not have to be changed for many, many decades to come. The equipment at either end, the devices we use, this will change, but the infrastructure and your rights of way will not. You will effectively be future-proofed from an infrastructure standpoint. Next one.
All right, so next, yes, sir.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Smiley, and Councilwoman Ford Canale has joined us also. Yeah, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, we will have Wendy to speak, Ms. Harris, our CIO.
Good morning, Council. 150 Wendy Harris, 150 Peabody Place. I'm just going to briefly talk about the benefits of citywide fiber access. The facts, the slide that you're looking at now, Memphis ranks 90th in download speed, and this information comes from the Global Speed Test Index. Memphis ranks around 60th in upload speed, download speed, meaning how we receive information, opening up a web page, receiving emails, and upload speeds, and is how we transmit information. And then we rank 90th in latency or delay, that is how long it takes to receive information. Next slide. This is kind of an overview, and this information comes from the Department of Economic and Community Development. This is a Memphis fiber map, the green outlining the city boundaries. As you can see, there is a more fiber in your affluent areas and less in your inner city areas. Go to the next map. This is a depiction of the Memphis medium household income. As you can see in green, we're looking at greater than $96,000, and in your lavender colors, light and dark, we're less than $29K. So these two maps just give you a depiction of where we are as a city as it relates to income and where fiber currently is. Okay, so the opportunities that fiber can bring to the city, and I'll just call out a few points. We talk about e-commerce, online shopping, business-to-business relationships, virtual upskill and reskill online, working remotely, especially after COVID. Everything we do is in a virtual environment. Telemedicine, I know telemedicine is one of my favorite things to do. It's the easiest to do. I have an 11-year-old daughter, so it helps when I don't have to take her into the office. Next slide. So the growth potential. The mayor has talked about it. Joanne and Chandel have talked about it previously, of how we can grow from a workforce development standpoint, economically, transportation-wise, and digital literacy. Digital literacy being one of the most important factors as a growth potential. The way we communicate is all by computer, phone, social media. Everything that we do now is from a digital device, and people need access to be able to learn how to use those devices so they can communicate. And lastly, benefits to the city government, of course, which is near and dear to my heart. Disaster resilience is number one. Having fiber in the ground is less susceptible to damage, which helps during emergencies. Our support services, MPD, and our fire departments need to be able to communicate, and you can do that better when you're using fiber. Number two, enhance public services. So, and when we think about bringing businesses to the city, when we think about tourism, this is an opportunity to put kiosks around the city. Tourists to see push notifications on where things are, their schedules for that day. Wi-Fi services, improve the Wi-Fi services in community centers and libraries, and particularly in parks as well. Number 3, data storage and management. I mean, we see everything on the outside. We see the buildings that are built, but we don't think about the amount of data that's transmitted over systems. You think about citizens that are paying their tickets online, that are applying for permits. There is a storage that needs to happen. There's data that needs to go across data centers in order for citizens and city employees to do their jobs. The 4th one, smart city applications. So we've all heard of the Internet of Things. So fiber in the ground helps us be scalable when it comes to the Internet of Things. Traffic, we've talked about security on our traffic cameras, security cameras. We need fiber in order to grow and become that smart city that the mayor has talked about in the Memphis 3.0 plan. And the last thing is cost savings. We put up many buildings, fire stations, community centers. Those quotes for that fiber that needs to be run from location to location is pretty expensive. If we make this investment in fiber on the front end, we certainly save on the back end. Thank you.
So I will talk about how we bridge the gap and a little bit of the mechanics of the ordinance that we have before you. As a part of our, the central question that we asked as a part of our Smart Memphis plan, which is a part of Memphis 3.0, we asked, how do we better develop, use, and share information to create more economic opportunity and improve the quality of life for our residents? And as a part of that, we also studied, sent a survey out to Memphians asking them, what do they think our role should be? And 90% of those respondents believe that the city must help to ensure that residents have access to affordable broadband. We went about a plan earlier in April, in 2021. We released the plan for the Smart Memphis plan, and in June we came before council to talk about what the fiber broadband plan should be and the budget request at that time. Moving forward to the RFP, which happened in April of 2022, and then coming here today is where we are in this whole plan that we've been working on since 2021, is to bring this ordinance that will help us to spur more development for broadband, fiber broadband infrastructure in particular. And as part of the RFP approach, we asked 2 questions of the bidders. Do you want to bring us a proposal about the citywide geographic scope, something that will speak to that entire, the scope of work for the entire city, and then also a plan that will develop the smart city priority areas based on a geographic map that was provided. Of course, we've talked a lot about the benefits of this ordinance. We wanted to attract private investment and stimulate economic growth with the introduction of more fiber-based infrastructure for the city of Memphis. This proposed amendment would establish a new telecom classification for a smart city fiber access system. It would incentivize this type of investment through the annual right-of-way fee waiver for about 20 years. It will streamline an approach for the permit process, and it would bring on opportunity for reduced permit fees based on that streamlined approach to the permitting process. To qualify for a smart city fiber optic system, the company would have to build 60% of Memphis premises and 60% of low-income premises with 1 gigabit of speed symmetrically. That means upload and download speeds, and that speed can be adjusted over time. The ordinance does allow for that. The company would have to have a commitment for the low-income citizen and provide certain access to Memphis, which is listed here. So from here, we'll take a couple of remarks from the business community. I will just call individuals up to the mic here. Yes. First, we'll have Mr. Elliott.
Good morning, Charles Elliott.
Let me let the record show that Councilman Carlisle has joined us. We're on a time schedule today. Okay, so make things
I'll be brief.
Yeah, be brief because actually, and I want to thank, I have all the council members here except for one. And she probably show up in just a few minutes, okay? This is very important to the full council. So, hey, that's why we're here today. Yeah, I appreciate everybody. Thank you.
Charles Elliott, Blue Suede Networks. Address is 200 Cold Grove Street, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm going to talk about two things. The fiber piece has been talked about quite a bit. You've been educated through experts. And what we're going to do is Blue Suede, we're going to talk about this being local and digital equity. We're going to be locally focused. One of the things that we're doing to be locally focused is to ensure we partner with the right people. And we partner with other minority business enterprises. We're going to work through the Minority Memphis Business Continuum with Ms. Booker, through the BBA with Ernest Strickland, to ensure that we have locally based small minority and women-owned businesses participate. That's something that we're definitely going to do. We're starting that conversations already, and we're going to ensure that that continues to happen. Other way is local workforce development, partnering with people like Tech 901 and Code Crew, who actually have the responsibility. Their mission is to train technically. Working with Urban League, met with them yesterday to ensure that they can be a part of this team, the Works, so that we can tell the city, in every part of the city, that you have an opportunity to work. And so as we train them, this is not just for now, but it's for future. So as this ordinance passes, we're going to be here for a number of years. You said that it's a 20-year ordinance, right? And so we want to make sure that we're able to have a workforce for the next 20 years and be trained and be able to do that. Secondly is digital equity. Digital equity is so important. I saw a slide that said basically that it's good to build the fiber, but if nobody gets it, the adoption rate has to be there. So in order for they get a good adoption rate, digital equity, digital empowerment, a digital empowerment framework, working with what we do other places in the country, bringing that to make it Memphis-centric is the goal. And we're going to partner with other folks to be able to do that. I'll be hiring a digital equity director very soon so we can focus on doing that with other nonprofits, working with the city to make sure that continues to happen, and making sure that we get with those other entities I named to ensure that we can have a continued digital equity program so that people understand the value of having a fiber infrastructure to the house. Because it's one thing to say broadband, one thing to say fiber, but if we don't train them what it can do for them, coming from Lamorne College, our students can do faster because they didn't have high-speed internet at home. Other things doing homework. So having high-speed internet, particularly with the levels and future-proofing the city to do that, our goal as Blue Suede Networks is to make Memphis the most connected city in America. I know Joanne said one of them, I'm saying the most connected. That's our goal.
Good morning. Rob Carter. I'm the Executive Vice President and Head of FedEx Information Services, the Chief Information Officer for the corporation for the last 2 decades. As a business representative, I want to point out that in our global business, this is how we work, and this is how we connect with small and medium and large enterprises all over the world. It's intuitively apparent to me as I look out at the world that communities and countries that invest in connectivity, that establish connectivity at high levels, thrive and prosper. This is about economic development as much as anything else. But the story goes well beyond that. As these technologies get pushed down to our citizens, the access that it provides them to healthcare, education, security and safety, as well as the ability for them to become more active participants in the workforce, better prepared to participate in the workforce, is also obvious. I have a small farm out in rural Hardeman County that already has a fiber drop to it. The federal government is investing in fiber for rural communities for those exact reasons, to make sure and be an uplift to the economies and communities and people that live there. However, in our urban cores, we lack that same technology. We lack that same capability, and we lack the competition necessary to make it equitable and affordable for our citizens. So as a trustee of the University of Memphis, I'll also echo the fact that we have a unique student population, and as omni-education, as education that's both in the classroom and virtual evolves, It's critically important that our student population have access to high-performing, high-speed internet capabilities that allows them to function in today's hyper-connected world. It's super important to recognize that this matters for economic development. You can see it in the places that have made these investments. You can see it in the places where the competition exists, that their economic development activity, as the mayor pointed out, rises. This is the rising tide that lifts all boats, and it's something that's absolutely critical for the citizens of the city of Memphis. Thank you.
Good morning. Lakshmi Vishwanathan. I'm the CIO for Memphis Shelby County Schools. I'm going to talk about the children of our school district here and how this benefits them. Literacy is life. Literacy is life. Literacy permeates in all aspects of our life. We strive to make sure our students have digital equity and have all digital resources to graduate them, to improve their self-confidence, and improve the economic outlook of all our students. You know, improving the economic outlook not only just helps the student, but also helps their whole family, right? So our primary goals are improve the early literacy for our students and also improve upon the post-secondary readiness for our students, which involves college and career technology training, improve the graduation rates for our students. So just to give a little bit of background on how our digital journey of Memphis Shelby County Schools has been is, in 2020, we did the historic digital one-to-one transition for our school district. 96,000 devices were distributed in a period of 6 weeks. And we acknowledged that 50% of our students are certified low income. Some of the maps here that was shown, and we experienced that. So when we're looking at almost 60,000 students or low-income students, we had to consider about 30,000 hotspots to be able for the students to continue their education during COVID. And so since then, that 30,000 hotspots opened up three major issues that we can say that prevails in Memphis Shelby County Schools that we heard about it today. First is the affordability, right? Affordability of the fiber or the internet in these homes for these students. A lot of the families simply couldn't afford it. Some of them, they may not be low income, but if one breadwinner or person lost a job during COVID because the restaurant business closed, suddenly they couldn't afford the internet. So affordability was the forefront that we could see. The second part was the availability of the internet in those pockets of areas that was shown in the map earlier. We experienced that. So when we purchased these hotspots, we had it from all the providers, but the students would bring it back and say, it's not working. Okay, switch it out to another provider, it's still not working. It only works from one share in my home, right? So we want the affordability and reachability to be available for all our students. The last part is the digital literacy that we saw. We had a lot of parents who got a computer and internet for the first time in their homes. And they brought it back and say, how can you help me apply for a job with my son's computer? So it also brought about digital literacy in Memphis and how by providing this computer and internet in the homes of our 96,000 students, how we're able to improve upon educational outcomes and improve the quality and the well-being of our community in general. Thank you.
Good morning. Joselle Booker, President and CEO of the MMBC Continuum. I want to talk about what this project will mean for economic inclusion. There are opportunities for a large number of ready, willing, and able minority and women-owned businesses to compete across many of industries and trades that will have to be involved in this project being built out. It will mean that these companies can retain and hire more employees. It will mean that these companies, because of the size of this project, will be able to enter into joint ventures and strategic alliances that will allow them to grow and scale inorganically. It also means that for the vast number of material suppliers and distributors They will also have an opportunity, because of the amount of material and supplies that will be needed, that they have an opportunity to move from third and second tier suppliers to first tier suppliers and be able to receive better pricing as a distributor. And then lastly, in the area of location. We have a number of businesses that serve our community that are minority and women that are located in areas that may be hub zones or maybe in areas that are fiber optic internet challenged. And so for those businesses, when this project is completed, they will be able to be better operated businesses to provide more resources to their employees. And then also they will be able to be better citizens here in our community. So I urge you to approve this ordinance.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Keith Norman, Senior Pastor of the First Baptist Church. I had to read that off this screen to make sure. And also, celebrate the opportunity to work for Baptist Memorial Healthcare as well. Three very quick aspects is that most of you knew that during the 2020 pandemic, many churches had to go online. And we found that to be very difficult not to go online, but to reach the people who we were trying to reach out to, many of them in the communities that are around our church and even further away. We saw a real disparity between those who were in affluent neighborhoods and those who were not. Churches also deliver many social services. We partner with government. Many times when you want to reach out to people, we will say, go online and do this or go online and do that. We found that many of those people just can't get it done. For instance, a young man trying to apply for a job, you can't even apply for a job at McDonald's now without going online. You have to really figure it out and fill that application out. Many people are being cut from the 10 care roles right now. They come to our church where we have had to install a computer lab and put a lot of fiber in over the last year and a half to make sure that we could get those speeds up so that they could fill out those applications and stay on the roll, because Dr. Warren, as you know, those packets are going out right now, and over 100,000 people are possibly being disenrolled by 10 care right here in our region. We also found out that mental health visits increase with telehealth. And so people are more likely to use telehealth services for their physical appointments with their doctors, as well as for their mental health visits as well. They don't want to go into an office. There's a stigma surrounding that, but when they can pop up their computer and sit there and talk to an individual, there's a likelihood or an increase that they will use those services. And so we find that it is necessary in these communities, especially in urban communities, where you can see from the hot spots that we really need to push this forward and to move it in a manner in which it really reaches out and captures all of those individuals. Thank you for your time. I'm not going to take an offering like I normally would, but your offering would be to vote for this proposal. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
And I would like to invite up Code Crew to speak for just a moment before we close out.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Meka Egwekwe, Executive Director at Code Crew at 460 South Highland, 38111. I am here also to urge this body to support this ordinance, that the work that we do at Code Crew, both for on the K-12 side as well as for training adults to become software engineers, highly depends on them all having quality internet access to their homes. When I speak to that, I mean for the adults that we serve, we train them in a little over 6 months to become entry-level software engineers. They go from averaging about $12,000 a year income to more than $55,000 a year in starting salaries, and go up to $100K very often. And it's a boot camp experience. That means that not only they're with us all day with respect to their training, but at night at home, they have projects, they have homework, they have to do that. And all too often, we've had to send them with hotspots, which are about as reliable as your cell phones. And if you've ever experienced a dropped call, you know what I mean. The opportunity for them to have fiber to the home and have that first-class quality experience of broad, that level of internet access ensures that they're going to be the quality software engineers that we are proud to be on the upswing in this city with respect to being one of the top cities for producing software engineers now in the past 5 years in the country. In addition to that, at Code Crew, we were successful at getting a bill passed in Nashville to make computer science a high school graduation requirement. That means that ninth graders starting in 2024 will have this requirement of 1 year of computer science. We don't want kids in Memphis to be disadvantaged because they can't do their homework because they don't have a quality internet connection at home. And so these things are vital to the ecosystem that we're building in Memphis. And I'm here to tremendously urge you all to support this ordinance, because what it means for Memphis, future-proofing Memphis for the education and ecosystem that this city deserves. This is a real opportunity that's once in a generation, and I'm really excited for us to have and support. Thank you so much.
Thank you to everyone who spoke today and for being here and supporting this effort. I'd like to end by opening the floor for questions, and to also let you know that there is a website, smartmemphisfiber.com, and on that website there are some testimonials of everyday Memphians and how they interact with their internet connections, and I think it would be very informative for all of you to take a look at. Thank you so much for your time.
Look, we appreciate everybody. Before we take questions, Attorney Ferris, I'm gonna want you to come up. I'm gonna be respectful today. He's gonna come back next meeting and he's gonna present, and I think that's fair enough. You know, this is an opportunity, I think, for everybody. So that's why I want to be fair with everyone, okay? Then we'll open up, before we open up the floor to council members, we're gonna have our attorney to come up. Then we'll open the floor. Appreciate you. Thank you.
There you go. Good morning. I'm John Ferris with Ferris Bobango Law Firm, 999 South Shady Grove Road here in Memphis. I appreciate everything that the mayor has been doing. I appreciate all these comments from all these executives. The schools, everything that has been said. The problem is this is not what's in the ordinance before you. If you listen to this, you would think you're voting on the RFP, but you're not. What's before you is the ordinance. And so, and Chairman, I'd like to come back in 2 weeks with some network people that can address some of these issues on fiber and coaxial cable and speeds and all those things that Comcast is doing. I'd also like to address adoption, what Comcast is doing in the city now for adoption, and how deficient this ordinance is on adoption, because that's the key. That's the key, is getting people to adopt the internet. So let's talk about what's in the ordinance. Fiber. We've heard all about fiber today. Well, this ordinance has been prepared and is there for one company. So we heard last week my friend the mayor talk about any company can come in here and do this. Any company's welcome to come, okay? But you've got to give 12 strands of fiber to the city, and you've got to have 100 connection points, or 6,000, whatever the numbers are, okay? Meridian, the city is paying Meridian $15 million for that, okay? $15 million. But if John Ferris Fiber Company wants to come in and provide the same service, I have to pay for it. I don't get the city to pay for that. That's not in the ordinance. The ordinance requires if John Ferris Fiber Company wants to come to Memphis, I've got to give the city of Memphis 12 strands of fiber for 40 years. For 40 years. So this ordinance actually eliminates competition. Because it doesn't treat fiber companies fairly, other fiber companies other than Meridian. It doesn't treat Comcast fairly. If Comcast meets all the speeds, if Comcast meets all the build-out requirements in this ordinance, If Comcast meets all the low-income requirements in this ordinance, many of which it's doing today, or will be as required by this ordinance, then Comcast should have the same benefits that Meridian is getting. We've been here, we've been trying to help people get connected on our dime, not $7 million that's going to be given from the city to Meridian. We've been paying for all that. So we have an amendment, and I've got Asa Tony. Asa, if you'd hand this amendment out, and I'm going to be very brief about it, and Mayor, here's a copy for you. It creates a level playing field. So if Comcast or any other company meets the speeds that Meridian is saying they'll do, the company's been around 2 years, in this Bloomington, Indiana, and Alabama, okay? If Comcast meets those speeds, if we meet those build-out requirements, if we build out to low-income households, or anybody else does it, any other company, why shouldn't they have the same benefits that this other company's getting? It's a fairness item. So that's what our amendment does. It creates a level playing field for all competition, for competitors to do that. And it's technology neutral. So it's about the speeds. It's about the speeds, and it's about getting it out there. And that's what our ordinance does. The ordinance that you have grants preferential treatment to one company. Listen to what I'm saying. Preferential treatment to one company. There will not be a single company that comes that's going to give the city 12 more strands of fiber, 100 locations, and 6,000, whatever that was, 6,000 connection points. There's nobody going to do that. So, I think we would just urge you to look at the ordinance, what's before you. We appreciate all the work the mayor's done. Applaud him. Applaud the executives, the school people, Reverend Norman, everyone here. We all want the same thing. But there should be some fairness to all this. Thank you, Mr. Mr. Chairman, I would like to have my networks person come back in 2 weeks, if at all possible. And we would also like to show you what we've been spending on adoption, building our network on our own. In 2 weeks, please.
Just briefly, Comcast is misleading you. They are misleading you. First, $7 million is not being paid to Meridian. It's being used for drop charges at low-income houses. Number one. Number two, these amendments allow cable. They take out fiber and say fiber, cable, all these other substandard uses. Number three, they say only if you meet download speeds, not upload speeds. That's key. The only apples to apple comparison that I would give is the $15 million for city use, $15 million for 12 strands. I'd be okay with offering $15 million to everyone who puts fiber to the premises and gives us 12 strands. That's an easy amendment. You don't take out fiber and allow other substandard ways, and you don't take out upload speeds. Thank you.
We're going.
He's a lawyer.
All right.
Like you said yesterday, Mayor, you still are doing your continued education, right?
There you go.
Good argument's a good argument, y'all.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we're gonna bring up our attorney, Attorney Wade. Come on now, do your thing.
All right, I'll do my thing. All right. So this is not my first rodeo. We have adopted 2 ordinances, and we go through this same dog and pony with Comcast, AT&T, everybody else. They're going to descend on you. They're going to tell you this is not competitively neutral under the federal law. And, you know, I have to be measured in what I say to you today because this is potential litigation, okay? So we need to have a private conversation about the arguments that Mr. Ferris made and what I anticipate that we will hear from Zio and XO and AT&T and all the other fiber providers. This is not a unique thing. And the mayor talked about the fiber for the city. We have entered into agreements for fiber to be provided to the city before. And though that fiber goes to all our fire stations, all our police stations, we have the absolute right to buy fiber that we need. That's an ancillary part of this agreement, okay? The other part, the providing the low income, I want to talk to you about it because that's something that we need to have an in-depth discussion about it. And I am not comfortable doing that today and have any conversation we have about that being in a complaint to undo this ordinance. So I just want to say that I do not agree with everything that Mr. Ferris says. I have never agreed to everything that Mr. Ferris says. He is a good advocate for his client, and I'm a good advocate for mine, okay? And that's where we stand.
Okay. Councilman Snyder want to ask you a question.
So my, well, thank you for offering your thoughts about where we are now. I guess my question for you, Attorney Wade, is I think specifically regarding the proposed amendment that Comcast passed out to the council members. They offer several amendments throughout the ordinance that put forth by the administration. My question is, since you just got it, do you believe that there's something we need to consider now, or do you need time to go through it to make a recommendation to this body?
Okay, understand the process is this. You vote for this ordinance in this committee. It goes to the floor downstairs for first reading. It is not adopted yet.
Well,
we have every ability to consider any comments or other, and that's what we've done in the past.
Mm-hmm.
We've considered comments from all the providers. They were all at the table. Everybody signed off on what we did in the past, and you have ample opportunity to do that, to get the ball rolling. If you want to go ahead and put it on the floor, let's roll with it, and then let's start having robust discussions with you and with the other providers. That's my suggestion.
And you're saying that we need an attorney-client meeting next?
Probably several.
Several? Okay.
I mean, I'm just going to be honest. I was late getting here today because I went to my office to obtain settlement agreements with Zio, who actually acquired the Memphis Networks system, with XO Communication, which had their own network. We've had consent decrees on a lot of them. We've had a lot of litigation about this. This is a very high litigation area, and I do not want to discuss that in open session.
So move cautiously. Well,
I mean, it's up to you. I'm just saying, you don't suffer any detriment to move the process forward, and let's see where we go from there.
Yep. Okay. All right, Dr. Warren, you're next. Then we got.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I understood sort of the process of how this works. It's my understanding that the federal government has, for people who are on free lunch or in poverty, there's a $30 fee or something that allows for an access. And that's one of the ways that we're going to use this particular contract to get internet to houses that can't afford connectivity. Is that correct? Can you discuss that and tell people what that's about?
The federal connectivity program does allow for a subsidy for certain individuals that qualify, just as you discussed. And yes, that's a part of the digital equity plan for this, is for us to leverage that opportunity to help make this affordable once it's available.
Now, is that already available now to the other providers that are out there?
Yes, sir, it's currently available.
But they don't have that, they haven't offered that to anybody yet, is that correct? Or have they offered it? Do we have that already going now?
Yes, sir, it's already available.
Going, so we've got that coming from our current providers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I guess the other question I have is that with this particular contract, when we did the RFP for it, anybody who wanted to bid to put this fiber in could have done it. So the other companies that are here that are running coaxial cable or have, you know, their copper wires could have at that time decided, well, we're going to get involved and we're going to make a bid for an RFP. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And did any of them do that?
No, sir, we had 2 bidders. Comcast was not a bidder.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Ferris, you have something you'd like to say?
Mr. Chairman, can we go through the council questions and because we need to ask the question, who's paying for this? Who's telling everybody to call us? Who's calling your council members to say no to this?
Tonight, News 5 investigates the influence of dark money in local politics. A series of advertisements on social media attacking local utilities for plans to launch broadband services. News 5's Caleb Perney tracks down the truth behind the internet plans and who's funding the ads.
The ads ran on Facebook and Instagram for about a month, targeting Elizabethton and Greenville. They say broadband plans by local utilities would cost taxpayers millions, calling them boondoggles.
But you don't have a plan. No, sir. No, sir.
Elizabethton Electric General Manager Brandon Schell says his department saw the benefits better internet could bring for remote work and school. They're in the middle of a study to see if it's feasible.
If they already know the cost and stuff, it'd be nice if they'd show us their feasibility models, you know? That would be great.
A business plan must be presented to the TVA for approval, and utilities don't receive tax money. Greenville Light and Power built its plan after talking to 6 other utilities who did it successfully.
In the worst case, we're looking at around a 12-year payback. More likely, it's going to be in the 7 or 8 year payback.
The ads come from an organization called Better Tomorrow in Tennessee. Dixon and Cleveland are also targets of ads. Clicking on who paid for this ad provides little more information. The website is nearly blank, and no one answered the phone number. I reached out to Facebook for more information, but no one responded. In comments on the ads, people assumed Better Tomorrow in Tennessee is a shell for cable companies who don't want competition. But is that true? I asked the cable giants. I received no response from Charter or Comcast, who operate under the Spectrum and Xfinity brands, respectively. A representative for Lumen Technologies, the parent company of CenturyLink, said the company did not help fund the ads, saying in a statement, statement, Lumen continues to work closely on creative public-private partnerships to bring high-speed internet services to more homes and businesses. News 5 obtained tax documents for the similarly named A Better Tomorrow for Tennessee. We are unable to verify if the organizations are the same or related. The documents listed annual contributions of just $1 and a $700,000 donation in 2018 to another similarly named group, Tennesseans for a Better. Both organizations list the same Washington, D.C. area address and the contact, Karen Blackistone. Blackistone did not respond to our email. She is listed as an employee of the Group, a DC-based company that helps corporations affect policy change. ETSU political science professor Fred Gordon says hard-to-track political spending is a growing issue since the Supreme Court ruled corporate political spending is speech protected by the First Amendment.
As long as it's not on giving to a particular candidate, there are requirements and regulations, but if it's on an issue, it can be, there's really no boundaries.
Local utilities aren't surprised by the pushback, saying their internet will be faster, cheaper, and come with better customer service.
We know that we're going to get rocks thrown at us in this process, and we're big boys and girls, and we can take it.
Caleb Perney, News 5, WCYB.
Thank you, Dave. The land for a proposed hotel.
Thank you, sir. So, colleagues, I just wanted to, and the public, to put this out there. I still, and I go back to the meeting that the mayor and I, Ms. Harris, had, and make emphasis that everybody had an opportunity to respond to this and chose not to. And so to have this dark money, similar name organizations, be transparent about it. But, and colleagues, I provided you another article, this organization called Open Secrets, that talks about, just other aspects of this. So that I just wanted to put that out there for the public consumption. I have a couple of different questions. The first being, where are my notes here? Let me, I'll go back to, do y'all recall some time ago, Kansas City was the first city that had access to what's called Google Fiber. And so I was just on a site here, and Google Fiber, and now Nashville and Murfreesboro, they currently have it. We don't have it here in Tennessee. So when you go to Google Fiber site, their starting speed is 1 gig. So when we talked about when Ms. Hovis talked about the 50 where we are, well, you got to go to double that, 100, and then 10 times that to get to what a gig is when we talk about the up and down speed. So the fact that we're talking about fiber compared to what we currently have is like talking about a Model T and a Lamborghini as far as speeds are concerned, in my opinion. So to have an ordinance that's proposed to talk about what would be lower speeds, I don't think is something that's going to be beneficial to Memphis. So another aspect I want to talk about, Mayor and perhaps Chief Ryan, when we talk about the money that's available, the money that we're talking about, was this CARES or ARPA money that we're using?
15 million was ARPA.
Okay.
And 7 million is the Accelerate plan.
Okay. So when we talk about those aspects, the fact that the perception that this ad or this text message that was received yesterday is that this is general fund money and they're going to be doing this with your tax dollar. Well, it's still our tax dollars, but this is largely the bulk of this is coming from ARPA, and we're using a certain part of the Accelerate Memphis for that. But I still want to talk about, too, a good part of the bipartisan infrastructure plan. There was significant money assigned to rural areas. Not a lot for Memphis, not a lot for urban areas. So that's a different discussion to talk about. One of the things, and going back to COVID, we probably, all of us had times that we may have called Xfinity or whomever. And a lot of people were working from home. And so what they did, and what I understand, I think Ms. Harris and I had this conversation, when we talk about this work from home, you have to have a certain type of speed for voice. What is a voice over internet protocol? Is
Voice over IP.
yeah, voice over IP. So you have to have a certain speed for that. If we want to talk about jobs, higher paying jobs for people to work from home, to do a call center, yeah, I was calling folks and there was a dog in the background. I was calling the regular 800 number, but the technology behind it to have people to answer the phone from their laptops, that still requires a certain amount of speed. And look, I'm not the technician behind it, but it would seem that if we're talking something that's at that 49 speed versus the equivalent of 1,000 speed, it enables better jobs to do so. So you talked about where the funds will be coming from. Now, I had a question for you, Ms. Visvanathan? Okay. Does MSCS have any funds for broadband that you all are currently putting in place?
Out of $500 million.
Exactly.
Thank you for the question. No, so we have, for us to, from 2020, we largely used the ESSER funding, the elementary school, secondary school funding that we got for COVID. And some of the funding has got a time limit. The last part of the ESSER 3.0 funding expires June of 2024. So we do have a sustainability that we are constantly looking at in terms of issuing laptops for the students and also making hotspots available. But with that said, there was an emergency connectivity fund the federal government released that some of the providers are providing internet subsidies for these low-income areas that Ms. Ryan mentioned earlier. So we're really looking for federal funding and other subsidies that are available to maintain the broadband for our children.
Okay, thank you. And then, colleague, my last question will be, I would hope that when we come back and have this discussion, so if we do move this downstairs tonight, I would still hope that we have continued committee meetings for us to hash out some of the questions and concerns that we have. But, okay, so what I would hope, the question that I was asking before we started this committee meeting of Mr. Ferris, I want them to bring back what we'll call a heat map, if you would, of where they currently have those high-speed internet. And one of the things that we have to get to, we have to come up with different definitions of what's high speed. So if I'm going from, my office might be or at home might be 30 MIPS. That's still a whole lot slower than that 1,000 or that gig that we're talking about. And so I think that we need to come up with what would be that baseline. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mayor and Ms. Harris, the baseline for this proposal being classified as high speed is 1 gig. So I was just, what I've been looking for here, colleagues, and I can show you my iPad. If I go to Comcast or, just look at the different options, there still can be 20, 40, 80, 200, 300, 500, whatever the case may be. But all of that is still below what if we all come up to say, and so for the basis of this proposal, when Comcast or anybody else comes back, I want to see that heat map of 1 gig and higher, because that's been the baseline of what we are saying as high speed. If I go, like I said, if I go on Xfinity right now, they're going to tell me that 200 is high speed. So we need to have a baseline and apples to apples comparison, see that heat map, and make sure that it's not in Collierville. And I'm willing to go on the line to say, when they bring it back, it's going to be in Collierville. It's going to be in more affluent parts of town. But those are the types of discussions. And my last thing, there was nothing preventing Comcast or AT&T from responding. There's been nothing preventing Comcast from bringing this to Memphis except this. And that anybody who would have responded to this and won, they would have gotten a preferential treatment. But it's not like that this was and there are certain contracts that are professional services where an award could have been made. But this was one where anybody was free to respond. And there were several companies that chose not to and didn't. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chairman Ford. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good to see all this firepower in the room today. Makes us feel special. Sometimes it's just us. I have received probably no less than a dozen phone calls from business leaders, advocates, lobbyists on both sides of this issue. So I guess I'll just clear the air. And I'll speak for myself, but I believe I speak for all 13 members of this body. We understand the need and appreciate the desire to gap the digital divide with the newest technology available for Memphis. And so I appreciate the words, but we get it because we have been a part of this with the mayor and his administration by allocating and approving the funding over the last several years ever since the pandemic. Our job is not to agree politically whether or not we think this is the right thing to do. We already know it. Our job is to do the due diligence necessary to defend the decision that we make as a body. And at the last lawyer that called me yesterday asked me what that attorney could do, and I said, leave me alone so I can read these documents. And that's the reality of it, is this is a very significant decision. And while we recognize the mayor and his administration and his team have had the opportunity to build and to go through and to work with these consultants to educate themselves and business leaders who have connections both nationally and internationally to bring partners in to make and present this as a possibility, it's our job as duly elected leaders to do our own due diligence because we too have to answer to the people that we've done this, and we have to be able to articulate why we did it. And so that is what I'm committed to doing. And we certainly have time, hopefully, to do it. But I think I speak for all of us. I will not be pushed, shoved, or intimidated by one side or the other. I'm going to trust things that are in writing. Like, this is very important to me. This is the one amendment, not the original agreement, but the right-of-way agreement with Comcast. This beautiful book has the broadband assessment and strategy. This is probably where I'll start because I don't know anything about fiber, broadband, and infrastructure. So to the general public listening and to everybody that is here today, please afford and allow us time to do our job, meet with our attorney, get comfortable with this decision. Nobody is intentionally trying to slow walk this. We want to make sure that this is done right and that this is the only time we do this. Because if we have to come back and do it again, that means we messed something up. So please allow us the trust and opportunity to do our homework and our due diligence, and I assure you we will all get there together. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I had a few questions we did get a chance to go over it a couple weeks ago, but there were some that I just wanted to clarify, and we do have the CIO here from MSCS, so maybe it can help, because you all brought up the education aspect and the literacy and the homework that's done at home, but as educators know, most of the majority of their work is actually done in the school building. So what in the ordinance, it originally stated businesses and now it says premises. Does that include our school buildings or what has been done since we met in September to ensure that broadband and those connection points also extend to school buildings?
Premises is inclusive of all of those types of parcels. So premises is all inclusive of that as well.
So premises was taken out and replaced businesses that was in the ordinance to make it a more broader reach.
The ordinance speaks about premises and businesses and residents. So it speaks about all three. The schools would fall under the premises as a business category. It would fall under the ordinance, yes.
Okay. And has there been anything done to ensure that in this initial wave of this install that they'll also get to the school building since they're included in premises? Or I know Councilman Jones asked about the ARPA funding for that, but in a more direct sense, are the schools going to be able to benefit from this new fiber?
So the school's internet, it reaches up from the school up to the parking lot of the school building itself. So this ordinance, I'm not fully familiar with this, but it should cover the neighborhoods that surround the school. So if your children are around the school, I would hope that this ordinance covers that. But
So not the school buildings.
The school buildings are covered by our own internet. Yes.
And I ask because, as you know, all state assessments are online now. ACTs are online now. And from all of your schools, elementary to high school, internet is the main thing in what can really inhibit us from reaching the scores that we want to in the county.
Right.
So that's why I ask. If it's not an effort to do it, then you can let us know. But I'm just asking, is that what's going on or not?
Let's make sure I understand this question. So all our schools have internet right now.
They
And
have internet, but
Yes.
we're, as the mayor made clear, we're talking about fiber now. So
the scope of it, I don't know if it covers the school buildings itself. So yes, we do.
you know,
Yes.
who's that provided by? Do you know?
We have Zayo, ENA, and we do have Comcast and Zayo providing internet. They are internet service providers.
They both provide fiber.
Yes.
So it wouldn't matter what happens with
Not to
Blue
our
Suede.
school buildings, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, the other questions, initially when we talked, now I understand this could change from a month ago, it said that the 3.5 million was initially for admin and jobs, and now it's education along with the federal subsidy. So just asking what was the shift in that?
There is no shift. It just clarifies what the purpose of that $3.5 million was for. It is to educate the public, and how we go about educating them, it will take people. And so that was saying pretty much the same thing.
So all of them, all the people employed will be just for educating the public on what's new to come if this is approved.
Absolutely correct. It's for educating the public, and it's for providing them assistance for applying for the subsidy or whatever assistance they need from an education standpoint about internet overall.
Okay. Do you have a outline of the jobs or the median income that we can expect to tell, if this passes, tell our constituents to apply for, or is this already selected?
I do not. I can come back with some more information around that.
Okay. And lastly, last year, we did have from Ms. Booker said that MBEs, they'll be able to definitely compete, and that's a plus point. Has anything already been outlined for how they can actually win and be supported in the bids, or is it just the competition that's being the supportive point for that?
Okay. Based on the scope of work that is required to install this network around the city, we know from an understanding of the businesses that are available, the types of contractors, the types of work that they can do, the type of material suppliers. So we're confident that regardless of minority business owners' affiliation, whether with MMBC, BBA, MAMCA, or just in the community at large, that we have a large contingent of companies that will be able to compete.
But not just to compete, are there any efforts being set forth to ensure that they can get these bids?
Well,
like any the development around it, what's to help our MBEs actually attain some of this money and this flushing income that's going to be coming?
Yes, we can do that through my organization operates the Tennessee Minority Business Development Agency Business Center. Is funded by the federal government. It is not a membership-based organization, so any business in this community can come to that area within our organization and receive technical assistance, develop plans specifically to help them outline the things that they need to do to be able to compete. And we also have relationships with all the major banks here in the city to assist them with any capital they might need to perform the work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. I just trying to get some assurances for what we're discussing and going to be dealing
Appreciate you. We got Councilwoman Johnson, Morgan, and Smiley. You're gonna end us out. What we're gonna end up doing, we're gonna have our council come up, and we're gonna have a attorney-client meeting. Then we're gonna move this to executive session today. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm asking questions for clarity. It appears to me that we have two items taking place. We have a contract that's out there, and we have an ordinance. We're supposed to be addressing the ordinance, and the ordinance apparently is needed for the contract to go forward. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Which one gives the opportunity for everybody to compete?
The ordinance.
The ordinance does. And on the contract, that is for what particular properties, or what is those funds supposed to be used for?
The contract is with Blue Suede Meridian,
Okay.
and they will provide fiber to the premises for 85% of Memphis. And the city will get 12 strands, and we'll pay $15 million for that. In addition to that, we'll pay, we are allocating $7 million. Some of that money will help the drop fees to low income, and some of them will be what Chief Ryan just said, is to help people take advantage of the opportunities.
So the seven.
I'm not the best to describe drop fees.
But let me ask you this before you get into that.
Yeah.
But that's not part of the contract, is it, the $7 million? Is that included in the $15 million contract?
It is a part of the contract.
So is that in addition to the $15 million, or is that?
Yeah, but the 7 is not going to Blue Suede Meridian.
That's what I'm trying to say.
So we will, the fiber goes up and down the streets.
I got that,
underground.
okay.
And then to go from the street to the house is what costs extra money.
Okay.
We will split that cost with Blue Suede 50-50 until our $3.5 million runs out. Then they will pay 100% of that low income connection.
Okay. Was all of this part of the RFP to ask someone to do that, or how did that get so
It came through the
complex?
RFP. I don't know. I can't say it was all written out in the RFP, but it came through the RFP bidding process.
Okay. I guess I'm still not clear on that $15 million. You said 85% of the city. Now, it looked like I've had a previous conversation. They said for city buildings and city use.
Yeah. All right. So they're going to spend $700 or $750 million putting fiber to 85% of our city.
Okay.
We will pay them $15 million for 12 strands. These cables have all these little strands in between them. And we will pay for 12 of those strands for city use. I mentioned putting up thousands of cameras around the city, helping our traffic signals out. Okay. Many of our buildings already have, your lawyer said, we already have fiber to our libraries, so we don't need it for that purpose, but there are other city purposes.
Okay, so what you're saying is, when they complete the 85%, the fiber line which they put out will include 12 lines for the city of Memphis.
Yes.
And that's all included in the $15 million contract.
Yes.
So we basically are paying for the fiber.
And for them to maintain it for 40 years. Chief, for the city.
Okay. So in actuality, I'm back to now, I want to know, how can we make sure everything is competitive if we have already paying for $15 million? I don't know what portion of the $15 million goes to the fiber optic, but if you've already provided $15 million assistance, that's a small amount compared to $700 million.
Correct.
I can see that too. So I guess I might need some more discussion on that. Okay, that's what I need to talk about. Okay. Those were just my first two questions. We'll finish the rest next week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief, and I'll echo Councilman Carlisle's sentiments. Where I think everybody's in agreement. We understand the need and what it can do for a community to have fiber cable, not only for the kids but for the businesses, for the household, all the way up and down the economic ladder to the Fortune 500 companies as well. I don't think any of us are arguing that, but there are specifics in the ordinance that y'all have deliberated on and arrived to, such as 100 internet access points, 6,000 physical connection points, 12 strands of fiber for 40 years. So how were those numbers arrived at in terms of our need and the capacity within the city? And Chief Ryan, I think let's set up another meeting, for myself and to go through that and bring whoever you need to the meeting to discuss. Because one of the questions would be what happens after 40 years and what's the value in the marketplace of those 12 strands of fiber to the city of Memphis. And so would we then potentially be on the hook for what costs to be able to maintain that kind of access? There's questions like that I've just got no background or basis in to be able to work through. And I know that's been part of the discussions and negotiations for y'all. Another question would be, in this ordinance, I can see certain things that we will have access to those fiber strands for 40 years, that the Smart City Fiber Access Right-of-Way Agreement will be 20 years with an option for a 20-year renewal. What other parts of this ordinance have clauses that sunset, and what will be in perpetuity, if anything? Just as a government, if we're doing anything in perpetuity, that makes me a bit nervous, versus having automatic renewals as this technology evolves through the decades. Those would be my concerns. I know we have the need for it, but the details that are mentioned here and that y'all wrote into this, let's discuss those. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm back to getting ready to ask a whole bunch of bad questions, so I'm sorry in advance. What I'm trying to figure out is the goal of the ordinance to get everybody to 1 gig speed, or is the goal of the ordinance to bring in fiber? And if the goal is to bring in fiber, why is fiber better than any other access?
The goal is to get everyone on fiber, because fiber is the only internet connection that's 1 gigabit in every use.
Okay.
And it's also the only one that can increase. Chattanooga's increased from 1 gigabit in 2011 to 25 gigabits right now.
Did they have to change the fiber at all?
No.
So the fiber has higher capacity than any other?
Correct. Ms. Hovis may disagree with me, but
everybody can disagree with me today. I'm trying to figure it out. It's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Yeah. That's an incredibly important point, and the mayor has it largely right. Fiber not only, forgive me, I didn't mean it that way. It was good. I'm just going to say that the numbers are even bigger than the mayor suggested. With fiber, the starting point for service is a gigabit in the downstream direction, which Comcast advertises it can do. Download, exactly.
Okay, talk to me in English terms.
I'm sorry. Download of a gigabit, okay. Which, by the way, Comcast advertises that they can do that. And when their network is running well and there aren't a lot of people on and we're not, there's not a lot of folks using Netflix at the same time, you can probably get close to it down. Well, if all your neighbors are, you're not going to be able to get a gigabit on that Comcast network. But Comcast network cannot do a gigabit upload. It cannot. It usually tops out at about 35 megabits upload. Fiber, you can do both. Fiber, in places like Chattanooga, they're doing considerably more than a gigabit. But it's not just what we can do today that makes fiber so important. It's the fact that 10 gigabits is like this with fiber, off-the-shelf equipment, 100 gigabits. Everything we can imagine we're going to do for the rest of our lifetimes, you won't have to change that fiber. It is capable of doing it. A coaxial cable network that was built in the 1970s or 80s cannot do that, and there's no engineer who can suggest that it can. So that's the difference between existing networks and fiber. There's not technology neutrality. They're not neutral. Some are better than others.
And Councilman, I think the ordinance is written so that this council has the opportunity to set that bar higher and higher over the years.
Okay. And then I guess my next question is this ordinance as written, can any company that meets all of these minimum standards, do they receive the I guess the right of way exemptions and the permitting fee exemptions
Yes.
as well?
And the fast service.
And the fast service. And then I guess my next question, I guess, is for Millennium. I don't know anything about the company. All I know is AT&T and Comcast. How long, well, I think someone said they've been around 2 years. How many successful projects have they done? Well, you done. I don't know who you are. Introduce yourself.
So Scott Lehman with Meridium, Bethesda, Maryland. I'm with Meridium. Pardon me? Appreciate that. Meridium has been an investment fund that's been around for more than 20 years. More specifically, we're an infrastructure investment fund. So we do projects like roads, airports. If any of you have been to New York, you've probably been through LaGuardia. That's one of our projects. We've got 3 toll roads in Texas. We've got a toll road in DC. We've got light rail tunnel projects. The reason I mentioned that is,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, is because we're a long-term investor. We're not a buy and flip investor. We are here as a partner with the city. Our core DNA is built around negotiating partnerships with cities that are long-term in nature, and that's, I think, what you're seeing having taken place here and how we've worked with the city over the last 6 or 8 months. Sometimes these negotiations can take years for a true partnership. As you take a look at that P3 DNA, that's really an important part of this. When you look at the projects, I've mentioned the ones that are in non-fiber-based infrastructure. We moved into fiber-based infrastructure, about 3 years ago, and we have deployed projects. We've got 4 of them right now that are under construction, 3 of which are generating revenues today.
So I guess, okay, so your Meridium is not necessarily just in the fiber business. They do a lot of different investments throughout the country.
Yeah.
And then as relates to fiber, y'all been doing that for 3 to 4 years.
Yep.
And y'all currently have 3 to 4 projects going, but none of the projects have been completed.
Nothing's been completed. These projects will frequently take 5 or 6 years, depending on the size and depending on the local permitting landscape.
Okay. And then and I don't know if you can answer this question, of those projects, how many of those projects were CTC was also involved?
I believe CTC was involved with the Bloomington project, which is a subset of our overall Indiana project.
Okay, only one. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I still feel like I'm slightly more informed, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Thank you for coming.
Yep.
Hope you come back because I think this council is extremely inquisitive. Just a learning. It's a learning experience, but just like Councilman Carlisle and Councilman Morgan and Councilman Jones said, our job is to be informed so that I can have a very comfortable conversation with my mom before she asks me, boy, what they doing over there? I'm trying to figure it out, Mama. I know you're listening. But thank you.
Yeah, I'm here to answer any of the questions the council might have.
Airport's your best example.
Well, if you've been through the new terminal.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, one more thing I want to point out too. Mayor, you mentioned Chattanooga. I would be remiss if I did not shout out Mr. Herman Morris because he had the same vision 10 years prior to that as Memphis Networks to do something similar. And as a full disclaimer here, Charles Elliott and I, we go back 39 years. And he was with Memphis Networks when he returned home to Memphis. So I would still say that this is not his first rodeo down this particular path in working in this particular industry. But, to Mr. Morris's credit, if anything, colleagues, how I talk about the big screen television as we're talking about TVA, when the first time I saw one in Best Buy was $10,000. Well, Memphis Networks was ahead of its time in that the equipment and the infrastructure, the cost of fiber back then was so astronomical that we didn't have the money to sustain it that way. But the vision to do this is not new. History is really prologue because this was something that was discussed 20 years ago with Herman Morris when he was the head of MLG&W trying to do something very similar. So we could have been way ahead of where we are right now if the prices were not so prohibitive at the time that they were, that was discussed and introduced here in the city of Memphis. Thank you.
Yep. just one request for information. So obviously the big issue, or everyone keeps talking about approving the ordinance. The ordinance sets a set of what I will call parameters and guardrails, but at the heart of it is this development commitment. Is there a draft that exists today of the development commitment? Because that's the deal, right? That is the meat of the matter. So for my colleagues, just to give an example, if you don't already know, we often get lease agreements that reference the city's development agreement. This would be the lease agreement, so to speak, the big, heavy guardrails, and then all of the details are in the development commitment. So that's the
yes. And I know the next question is to see it. If we could have
I would be happy.
The lawyers talk.
I would be happy. That would satisfy me.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I recognize and understand why, and especially when you've got proprietary information can exist in that. So I fully understand.
All right, we all good? What we're gonna do, we're gonna have an attorney-client meeting. Then we're gonna put this in executive session. And Mayor, you got anything else to say?
No, I was just going to ask if we should be back, but we'll be back for executive.
Yep.
Thank you.
That'd be fine. Look, appreciate everyone coming. Thank you. This committee is adjourned.
Attorney-client in 20 minutes.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Canali. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Okay. And Chair Smiley.
All right, thank you all. We have 4 items on the agenda. If you're here for item number 3, you can feel free to leave because the item's been held. And I would like to take a point of personal privilege to recognize newly elected councilwoman for Super District 8 Position 3, Ms. Yolanda Cooper Sutton. So can we show her some love today, y'all? You got to wave so they can know who you are. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. I think she's going to be here with us the entire day. So if you want to know your newly elected councilwoman, please go by, shake her hand, and get to know her. She's a wonderful person. All right. Item number 1, resolution appropriating $250,000 from FY 2024 CIP project number GS24301, Convention Center and Cover Line from continued improvement and enhancements to the Renaissance Convention Center and Cannon Center for Performing Arts. Council District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion in a second?
So
moved by Warren, seconded by Issa Thomas. Is there someone for the administration to speak to this item? Because I would love to move on. All right, we're going to move on. Item number 2, resolution to appropriate funds for construction of the T.E. Maxson WWTF primary clarifier pump station and south plant expansion in the amount of $5,903,194. Project number SW02033, Council District 6, Super District. Motion to second. Moved by Warren, seconded by Easter Thomas. Director, go ahead.
Good morning, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we have in front of you today is a request to appropriate construction funds for the TE Maxim primary clarifier pump station. That location is located at 2685 Plant Road. The project was bid back in August of 23. We received bids back from that. And so what we're asking for is the appropriation of those dollars. The funding source for that is roughly a 50-50 split between a pay-go for sewer as well as WIFIA loan that the body approved back in 2020.
All right. Any questions or concerns from this body? It appears that all hearts and minds clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Thank you so much. We're going to go to item number 1. Dr. Warren is familiar with this project, so I'm going to read item number 1. Resolution appropriating $250,000 from FY24 CIP project number. I already read this item. I'm going to continue reading it. GS 24301, Convention Center cover line for continued improvement and enhancements to the Renaissance Convention Center, Canada Center for Performing Arts. Council District 7, Super District was already moved in the second, and Dr. Warren.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I read this, and this is essentially just implementing CIP money for basic maintenance and improvements on the Convention Center and the Canada Center. It's just us allocating that money, and I think Mr. Connect is on a well-deserved vacation, which is why we have no administration here. So I would like us to proceed with this if possible. Thank you.
All right. I think, this is a standard allocation. Seems like we're addressing some of the issues. So I'm in favor of moving forward. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Can we show item number 1 is approved? All right. Another moment that I'm happy to do. Can I take another point of personal privilege to recognize the newly elected woman to serve Super District 8 Position 2, Ms. Janika White. Thank you. And the same courtesy I ask that you all extend to Ms. Yolanda Cooper-Sutton, I actually do that to Ms. Janika White as well. I'm looking forward to serving with her, and she's going to be with us all day. So introduce yourself, tell her hello, and tell her you can't wait for her to serve. If you can wait for her to serve, too bad she won already. All right, y'all. I'm going to get to item number 4, sewer ordinance. I'm going to ask Mr. Britnum if you're going to speak. The word for the day is brevity. I know you lawyers like to talk a long time. Speaking. All right, sewer ordinance, property owners presentation, all council districts. It was requested by myself, and Real Director is an ordinance that we're considering that addresses the sewer lines and potential connectivity. And I believe in being fair and giving everyone an opportunity to share their viewpoints and positions on different particular pieces of legislation. So therefore, the floor is yours. Please give your name, address, and any organization you're affiliated with, and then the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity.
Can we get the mic down and hit the and then hit the button? There we go. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. My name is Mark Meese. I'm a lifelong Memphian and a current resident of 2024 Elsie Avenue in Memphis, Tennessee. I'm the immediate past president of the West Tennessee Home Builders Association and the current chair of the Government Affairs Committee for the Memphis Area Association of Realtors. I'd like to welcome all the realtors and home builders in the room, if everybody would raise your hand if you are a realtor or home builder.
So y'all were not playing today. I will know I put y'all on the agenda, just saying. Go ahead.
And we are speaking in opposition to the ordinance. To give you a brief overview, we have 2 very knowledgeable speakers today that are going to be addressing you folks about the history of the sewer system and about the financial opportunities that are going to be lost by voting for this ordinance. There is a packet that should be distributed, and you should have a copy, and their bios are in the back of the packet, so I won't belabor all of their qualifications, but would first introduce Mike Ritz. Just briefly, he's the first director of the Office of Planning and Development for Memphis and Shelby County. former Shelby County Commissioner, chair of the County Commission, and also civil engineer, and he's going to address the history and background of the system itself. Mike.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I too am a member of or citizen of the city of Memphis. The 1972, we didn't even have any sewers in Memphis. All the sewers in Memphis drained straight to the Mississippi River. In 1978, I came here as the first director of OPD, and we started doing the planning for what we're talking about here today. The first map you see up there is is the Grays Creek. Yeah, can you put the other one back up?
Can you hold on one second? If there are any council members in the back, could you please come and listen to this presentation? Thank you.
If I go to this map, can you hear me? Okay.
Speak loud.
I will. Thank you. We'll use this one map to explain four locations. This is the four counties: Tipton, Haywood, Fayette, and Shelby. Memphis is all of this development. These purple lines represent the drainage basins of the three major rivers that serve Shelby County: Montana, Wolf, and the Waxahachie. Now, these are not the rivers; these are the edges of the drainage basins. If the water falls here, it goes to Montana. If it falls here, it goes to Wolf River. The Fletcher Creek Basin is one of the problem areas that the city of Memphis has been experiencing. If you look at it, it's essentially the I-40 corridor. The I-40 going out towards the county line. It is overcapacity. No one denies that. There are problems with, especially during storms. It serves a lot of East Memphis, and it also serves Bartlett. It's another. Grays Creek, right here. I'm going to go to that map in just a second. In fact, we go to it now.
So.
This is the Grays Creek area. The city of Memphis comes out.
You in the zone.
So you're in the zone. My apologies for interrupting you. But when I'm allowing you to go here so that we can see the particular areas that are of interest to you. But when you come back here so that we can keep the general public informed, you're gonna have to give a brief summary of what we're discussing now. So for those who are listening, okay, and we can't hear you on this end, so I'm gonna have to.
I think we got one of the portable mics that we might.
Can we? We don't have a portable mic. Okay. Speak a little louder, but when you come back to the mic, you're gonna have to give a summary. For those of you listening, Mr. Ritz is going through a presentation showing different sewer connection points.
Thank you, Chairman. This map represents the Grays Creek property. This is on the east end of Shelby County. Memphis area right here. A lot of people think Cordova goes all the way to the county line. Grays Creek line was built several years ago for the total amount of capacity that's on each. Part of the area with the mayor's policy has quit allowing people to connect to. There's a lot of opportunity here. This whole area was sewered by arrangements made between the city and the county about 25 years ago. Let's go back to the other map real quick. Waxahachie, essentially the north 30 to 35% of Shelby County. It too has been shut off. 35% of Shelby County, and it can't get sewers because the city has stopped. Connect up here. This is blue. This is the fourth one. A lot of activity. as I tried, you want me to go back?
Go ahead, go back to the mic.
Go back a little bit.
No, just kind of give a brief summary of what you were discussing so the people who
What
are
I
listening online.
explained to the council here, moving away from the microphone, is where the Fletcher Creek Basin along I-40 is, that is part of the North Treatment Plant area. It has got serious problems, is at capacity. It has serious problems during storms. The Grays Creek is essentially the sewer system that serves East Shelby County, Cordova, essentially between the city of Colleyville and Germantown on the south and I-40 on the north. And then the Loosahatchee essentially runs all the way across the top of Shelby County and serves 30% of the county. Grays Creek and the Loosahatchee River are part of the areas where the city administration's policy prohibiting new connections, sewer connections, is causing us considerable grief.
Thank you, Mike. And I'd like to now introduce Dexter Muller. Again, his bio is in the packet. He's also former director of OPD. Mike, you want to talk about the financial opportunities that may be lost by implementing the ordinance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mic, please, Mr. Mueller.
Is that working okay?
There we go, perfect.
Good. You all have this in front of you, so I'm going to go through this real quickly. But I think the main takeaway is that the original plan that was put together for Grays Creek was a negotiation between the city and the county. And the idea was that the city of Memphis residents would not subsidize anything outside of Shelby County. In other words, this sewer system is supposed to pay for itself. So actually, the developer, if you develop lots out there, they actually pay a surcharge in order to tap into that city sewer. When the homeowners occupy the homes, they pay a surcharge on their operating expenses, and the whole purpose was that the city of Memphis residents don't have to pay that additional cost. I actually think of it sort of in summary like Netflix. In other words, Netflix has already created all of the content that they put out over the internet. So if they get 1 million new customers, that's just bringing in gravy. And so in this case, if you allow someone to develop and build a home in the Grays Creek area that's outside of the city limits, you don't have to provide fire protection, police protection, any of those services. They just pay into the city system for the sewers so that Memphis ratepayers don't have their costs to go up. The point is that this system will never pay for itself because we shut off the ability for new taps to tie into it. If you look at obviously what's driving a lot of this policy was put in place in 2017. And what's really driving the issue now is Blue Oval. Blue Oval is going to likely have about 15,000 employees. And I can assure you that all the counties around us are actively working to get the homes that are going to be serving those employees. And if they get the homes, then the next thing is they get the retail too, because retail follows where the homes are. So we end up losing the tax base that could go into Shelby County and the benefits that come into Memphis. I'll just hit this real quickly. If we built 500 houses a year, over the next 10 years, that would be 5,000 houses. That's $2.25 billion worth of investment. But you get sewer development fees of almost $4,000 per lot. That produces for the city sewer system almost $17 million, which goes straight in to support the city sewer system. And in addition to that, you build 5,000 new houses. I think most of those materials, the lumber, the materials that go inside of a home, all the furnishings, those are probably going to be purchased inside of Memphis because that's where the bulk of those locations are. That would generate a substantial amount of sales tax dollars that goes to support schools because a dollar comes in, it gets split, half of it goes to the city government, but half of it goes to schools. Even if they bought those in Shelby County, you would still get additional sales tax going to support city schools. I know there's been a question of whether the city council ought to get the city of Memphis back into helping support schools. Frankly, this is one way to do it without you having to raise property taxes or providing any additional fire and police services. You do additional engineering fees and things like that. This just shows you that the total benefit to the city of Memphis could be as much as $45 million.
Is there anything else? Because I know we had some very eager council members to ask some questions. Because first, I want to let the folks who are listening know the Director Connect is out of town. He'll be here next week. I know he'll be back at the next council meeting to speak specifically to this issue. And with that, we're running close as we have a newly added attorney-client because we have some other pressing issues as well. So hate to cut you off, but I'm going to go to the council members and let the council members ask some of their questions, and then we have time that you finish. Councilman Jones, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ritz, so good to see you, my friend.
He's been
around. Colleagues, I go back to, well, in 1972, 1978, I was 10, so a lot of this was beyond what I ever thought that I'd imagine to do, though. But the tenor of the discussion was a whole lot different back then than it is now. And when we look at the population of unincorporated, that part would have been unincorporated Shelby County. And if we go back to that map, it talked about the Memphis Reserve area. So for the longest time, Memphis paid for the infrastructure with the promise that, hey, we would annex it and recover those costs. But we're in an environment now where people went to Nashville, lobbied because, and I still say, Memphis Association of Realtors, you all are guilty of selling property, marketing property outside the city limits of Memphis, saying no city taxes. So in my opinion, and this is when I first moved home, and everybody wanted to get Memphis level services for nothing. That's the reality of when I used to ride out there and see no city taxes. You had the sewers. You had, and you know, during the school consolidation issue, what would everybody's taxes be in Collierville if you had to have Collierville like gas and water instead of riding on the infrastructure that Memphis put in place with a promise that we could annex you and you would be a part of Memphis? But when it came time to do so, you all reneged on the deal. So for us, if we look at a similar type of discussion that's taking place right now down in Mississippi, okay? The cost for Mississippi to do so was something in the $200, if not $300 million cost range. So my contention is, yes, you want it, but you don't want to pay for it. If we do simple math and we divide, we look at the population of Memphis, 630,000. We look at the cost, we look at the population of Shelby County, roughly 950 million, roughly 950,000, a million. Simple math says there's nothing preventing Shelby County government for serving unincorporated. To me, that's their obligation, not the taxpayers of Memphis. So simple math says if we take $10 million, divide that by 650, we take 10 million to divide it by a million, the cost per capita is less when we do it on a countywide basis. So would it be a significant cost for Shelby County to do so? Yes, it would be. And when we talk about these sales taxes, those sales taxes, people would have to spend what would be a whole more than what their income is in order for us to get back those sales tax. Once we sales tax 9.25% right now, we get 2 and some change back. Most of that goes to the state. We hardly get any of it back right now. So you know, I like to hear the discussion when this was on the agenda. I say, look, and well, Mr. Britnum and I, we talk about things all the time. He had a conversation, said, Councilman, this is coming up. And, you know, I said to him then, I said, Mr. Britnum, I am a hard no on this because in my 55 years and growing up in this city, I have seen deals being reneged on. Memphis paying the cost for this entire region. But nobody wants to, nobody wants to foot the bill with us and put all of the responsibility on citizens of Memphis. And there have been, when my term is up, they're gonna say, you go back and look at the records, there's gonna be that one vote. And a lot of times that came from Jones, and I will be that one no vote on this one again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. I know Dr. Warren had a question. I think he had to quickly step out, so we'll go to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you,
I'm gonna
sir.
make a comment.
Thank you so much. Is it anyone in the administration who can, no one in the
No
administration?
one. So Director Connect had to be away. He had something that he had to take care of. And what I told him, and I'm gonna tell this group here today, is I want you all to come back in 2 weeks, because what we're hearing now is a point which is somewhat counter the information that this body is saying. I think it's only fair that we hear both points before we make ultimately a decision that's going to impact the greater Memphis area going forward. So I'm going to ask you to come back in 2 weeks, and hopefully you're back here in 2 weeks where Director Connect and his team is able to speak to the negative impact that this could potentially have, allowing to have on the system, and then also you speak to how the city can ultimately lose revenue, and then ultimately, this 13-member body has to make an important decision that can have wider implications.
Well, Chair, basically, that's what I was about to say.
Oh yeah, we're there already.
We got to find out if there is a lost potential, what is it? And how can it be made up in order for this project to go forward? Personally, I think we do have a housing crisis here in the city. And the only way this is going to be addressed is by new houses being built, even it means being built outside the city limits, because those individuals will move and those houses will become available, be a domino type effect. But we got opportunity, just like we're looking at the fiber optics. This is time for us to look at new housing opportunity. This city is changing. And if we either can change with the people on the outside, even those in the county, or we can just stay within, and that's going to limit us. So I'm saying, give us the information. What's the problem? I heard you talking about a connectivity fee of $4,000 per house. I wasn't quite sure I understood that. Maybe that fee can be increased. What can be done in order for us to make up the difference and make this project work?
So thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. I'm gonna say this, and then we're gonna move on. Well, Dr. Warren came back eagerly, moving pretty quickly. That means he wants to ask his question. I'm gonna let Dr. Warren get his question out. But while he's getting his thoughts together, I'm gonna take one more time a point of personal privilege. There's a gentleman who just walked in. I think he's walked these hallways before the newly elected council member in District, I believe it's 5. I think I saw some of his ass. Could we please recognize Council Member-elect Philip Spinoza? We may be eager to have you serve with us. I'm not so sure, Mr. Spinoza. I'm not so sure. Welcome back. So come back in 2 weeks, but I do want to let Dr. Warren ask this couple questions.
I guess you spoke to it, but I guess what I want to know is the surcharge fee, okay, that people who are outside the city pay for being on the sewer, does it cover the expense that we'll have to go through to expand capacity within our system? And you don't have to answer that now, because we're going to ask Mr. Connect that same question, but that's the answer. That's the question that I think is a $64 million question. So if that fee covers it, great. If not, how do you cover that without the citizens of Memphis having to do it? So don't answer me now. Bring that back. Thank you.
Thank you for coming here. I think it's an important issue this council needs to consider, but also I'm going to say something to my colleagues across the way. What the council is contemplating could have a potential impact on what the Shelby County commissioners have to ultimately decide, in the county mayor, whether they should be playing a part in, building sewer lines for unincorporated Shelby County. I think those are the things that we have to take some time to think about, because whatever we do here is going to ultimately impact this entire region. So thank you all. See you in
The hour is 12:11. I'm starting this meeting for Mr. Carlisle, who's walking in now. Ms. Owens, would you please conduct a roll call?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Jones. Chair Carlisle.
That's present for Councilwoman Robinson. The chair is also here. We have a quorum. Colleagues, we have 3 items on today's agenda. I don't see, Chief Ford, are you presenting on item 1? I'm gonna go to item number 2 real quick. All right, perfect. Item number 2, resolution to approve and appropriate funds in the amount of $200,300 from completed IT projects to IT project IT-01003. I'm gonna assume all council districts sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Second. Yes, ma'am. Name and position for the record, and
Wendy Harris, Chief Information Officer, 150 Peabody Place. This is just to move the remaining dollars that is currently in our telephone replacement project that started back in 2021. That project is done. I'm asking to move it to our operational infrastructure CIP. This CIP is where we repair fiber.
ordinary R&M.
Sorry?
Ordinary R&M.
Yes. Purchase network equipment, just how we continue to operate. And so I think it would be beneficial to move it there.
All right, colleagues, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Seeing any opposed? Nope, this item passes. We'll be sent down with positive recommendation.
Thank you.
Item number 3, a resolution accepting a $350 million state grant for sports facilities improvements. All council districts sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Ward, seconded by Chairman Jones. Chief Ford, good morning. Nice to see you. Sorry I missed your calls and hadn't been crazy. Name and title for the record, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Good morning, Council. The resolution that I'm bringing for you today is simply seeking approval to accept the state grant funds in the amount of $350 million for the sports facilities improvements.
Thank you, Chief Ford. And I guess just we'll get it on the record. I assume per the comptroller that this money is required to stay in a separate account, not to be commingled. And as it says in the resolution, interest bearing, which I think the risk-free rate's like 5.5%. Pretty good on $350 million. Is that an accurate statement?
He did not require us to do it, but suggested that we should
I think that's a good
segregate these
suggestion.
funds. Well, and also for the ability to invest it ourselves. When it comes into our consolidated cash fund, it has some limitations to it. Whereas if we move this into an interest-bearing and investable fund, we have the opportunity to do that, of which our investment manager is working on.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not, and again, I'd have to. I'm not a fund manager, but to the point, I mean, I guess I don't want to get this conversation off into the weeds because we're going to have a bigger conversation, I know, in the very near future. My only question is as they start to layer in, when you typically are sitting on cash like this in a marketplace and you know you're going to need it over a period of time, you start to layer in the treasury rate. I assume that that's going to be a large portion of the interest bearing on it.
200 million of it,
Yeah.
we're planning on putting in treasuries at 6.25%.
Exactly, which is awesome. Honestly, it's very exciting because that's going to help us clip up with any increased potential cost, and I got it.
And then we also have the interest rate on the bond fund is around 4.75. So for fidelity, I mean, it's so I thought it was imperative, and I apologize when I presented this, but if possible with council, if you would indulge us in saying 9 minutes so that we may move forward with the investments.
Yes, because I think the money's kind of already wired, and this is more.
We have the money.
We have the money, yeah. So we need to just do that.
Call the question.
So let me just explain what happened. Just a note. Mr. Wilson did the right thing. Same 9 minutes is typically an extraordinary move. We've done a lot of them. The reason that it's necessary for a same night minutes motion is one, we're accepting a grant, and two, we already have wired the money. So we need to ratify and commemorate the fact that this is where this money is going and that it's going into an interest-bearing account. I think it's necessary. So I am going to move that it be added with same night minutes. And if there's an objection from the council attorney, I'll deal with it in executive, but there's no reason that this shouldn't occur. So if there's no objection, we'll move this downstairs tonight with favorable recommendation with same night minutes. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, this item passes.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Seeing no member to present on item number 1, we are going to move to hold this item for 30 days.
You all, we have one item, and that's just discussion of the 2024 Memphis City Council legislative priorities. Just to let you all know that you will be getting an email request to send in your legislative priorities for our state legislature. Their committee event will be November 13th and 14th. So we want to make sure that we have our legislative priorities ready, available for them. If you could have your staff members send your priorities and a fiscal amount, if that's applicable, by the 31st to Mr. Isom, and copy Ivy. Ms. Johnson, she may not be here by the 30th. She should not be here on the 31st. So make sure that you send it directly to Mr. Melvin Isom and then copy Ivy Johnson. Melvin Isom. Yes, ma'am. Anything, colleagues? Questions? Needs out of this committee before we adjourn? I told you it was going to be quick. It's just a verbal awareness. All right.
One question.
Yes, sir. Councilman Warren.
Do we have to do anything specific about bike lanes for this?
That is we're gonna make sure that that's not in our legislative priorities for this year.
Don't say that now. Come on. All right.
But if you want it, bring it to me with a dollar amount. We can tell it to our folks at the state. All right. Seeing as there are no other business in this committee, I call this committee adjourned.
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Canali. Councilman Covett. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Councilman Carlisle.
Okay, thank you. We have one item on our agenda today. It's an update on the reliability and tree trimming. We have administration here and our president, Doug McGowan. Will you please introduce your items?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Doug McGowan, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, 791 North Graham Street. I will update you on the tree trimming and reliability and a number of other items that I think are of common concern. And so we have a number of things to get through, so I'll get right to it. Top of mind for a lot of people is the delayed billing issue, so I'm going to cover that a bit. This is really a three-part issue. The first part that precipitated the entire thing was some failed parts inside the registers that record the actual consumption on our water and gas meters. Those were failing at a rate that was unacceptable. They were causing zero readings, which were causing us in the utility to have what we call exceptions. Typically, if you're using electric and gas, you're also using water, so we know it's an exception if you're not using water. What you see on the chart up there is as this happened last fall and over the winter, we grew to 98,000 bills, or about 96,000 bills that had been delayed because of this process. That meant that customers had not received bills for some number of months because every month a new exception would come in when their meter was not recording any usage. That was about 41,000 meters, and just to remind everybody, we have 1,014,000 meters in our system. So it was not the majority, it was a small number, but it still, for the customers affected, was important for them. That's the second part, is the delayed bills. You will see progress. We had to determine what the root cause of the failure of the register was. We had to work with our billing system to make some changes to it so we could accommodate getting these bills out the door, and that's why you see significant work starting in the beginning of August when we had 96,000 bills and we had more than 41,000 customers impacted, and a customer is both residential and commercial. You'll see today that we've worked that down to 20,000 outstanding bills and 7,000 customers. About half of those are residential, the other half are business customers. Now, just to give you a sense of scale, every month when things are happening in good order and there is no problems, we'll have 5,000 or 6,000 exceptions. So we're coming back down to the point where we're about back to the normal number of exceptions. We'll continue working on this until we get the problem solved. Now, the third issue is what you're hearing recently. The registers failed, caused delayed bills. When we made a change to the billing system to fix those delayed bills, it caused one of the filters that was catching other exceptions to be lifted. And so you started seeing bills where people were receiving, I got a $17,000 bill. Councilwoman Robinson got a duplicate bill that was an exception that should have been caught. Anytime you mess with the software system, there's always something else that happens in there, and that's what's occurring. So we're working on that problem to close that loop as well. Councilman Warren, I've heard from many people in your constituents who have that issue, so we're closing that loop. The good news is, when those are brought to our attention, we are correcting them immediately, but it is an automated process that should be caught. One of the other good news items that's come out of this is our billing system is 20 years old, and so we've asked the team to please go shopping for a new system that's off-the-shelf, modern standards, and we'll have a company to stand behind any failure. So the note that I have here is we'll have the delayed billing issue resolved by the end of this calendar year. We'll continue replacing the registers through 2024 as parts come in, and we actually have the utility contractors out there doing that replacement today. So that is well underway. We do have some help for our customers because we know if you had a delayed bill, sometimes you can't pay. So we put some funds, TVA matched us, and right now we have about $500,000 that's being allocated, about $400 per customer who's qualified and eligible to receive some assistance. If there's a need for more, we will go get more and we'll find a way to help customers. Okay, so let me move on to a utilities overview. I just want to give you an update about where we are because we don't often talk about how we're positioned. We've been talking about rolling blackouts and severe thunderstorms rolled through and damage, but I just want to tell you where we are overall. First, we haven't talked much about our water, but we have the best drinking water in the country. That was reaffirmed this summer when an independent study reaffirmed that we have the best drinking water in the country. We are compliant with all of the regulations. We have a much more robust pumping system. We have 10 pumping stations online. We have many new wells and new variable speed controllers, which allows us to ramp up and ramp down the amount of water we push out. And many of you know and you've seen the aquifer study that was presented to you by the University of Memphis. We presented that to the public as well. That is the end of phase one. The first 5 years gave us a lot of important information about how we maintain a very valuable resource. And phase two, I think, will give us even more detailed information. So we're very optimistic about the results because now we know more about how our aquifer works. And when you know better, you can do better. And I think we all, the lesson there is we all as a community can do better to protect that. On the gas side of the house, something we also haven't heard much about, but we actually store extra gas to make sure we have plentiful gas in the winter, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We also have a team that they're very much like stockbrokers. They buy and sell gas each and every day. They have hedges in place, they do call options, and they do that to reduce customer prices and to bring some regularity to what is an irregular market. Last year, we yielded $44 million in value for our customers. We applied $32 million of that last year to our customers' bills to keep the prices low. That's why we were number one in gas rates last year. In other words, number one lowest in gas rates. We saved $12 million to use this winter, which we'll also use to bring bills down this winter. Our liquid natural gas plant is something I'm very proud of. We're one of the only utilities that actually has a liquid natural gas plant, and I want to show you the value that brings to our community. But first, we have 3 transmission lines that bring gas to the Memphis area and to Memphis Light Gas and Water. We actually buy and store gas, so we buy gas at low prices and we store it in the Texas gas pipeline. What this chart is showing you is that we typically store about 5.5 million cubic feet of gas, which is MMBTUs and another reading. We store that over the summer. We build up that store, and in the wintertime, we begin drawing that down. So when the spot market of gas is high, instead of buying gas at a high price today, we dispatch gas out of the storage to make sure that we keep prices low and that we have gas for everyone. We have to do that by the end of April to bring it down by our contract, but you'll see that we have more than 20 days of storage just in the Texas gas pipeline. And so, as you know, our heavy winter is about 3 or 4 months where we really use gas. So that's a really good hedge for us, gives us the ability to keep prices low. The other thing is our liquid natural gas plant. This chart is a little bit busy, but if you look at the red line, that is the rate at which we are filling our LNG tank. That tank holds just about 1 million gallons a day, or about 1 million gallons, and it's designed to distribute 150,000 cubic feet per day for 6 days. And just a note there, our average winter consumption is about 200,000 cubic feet of gas. So it gives us an extra hedge again that we can dispatch when prices are high. It also gives us a little extra surety that we have gas available to us, and this is a luxury that many other utilities do not have. On the right is the real value for our customers. In addition to resiliency, that plant produces about $2.3 million of profit per year for our utility that we put back into the utility to keep prices low. We put back into our facilities in order to maintain them, so it's a real benefit. How do we get that profit? Not by selling to our customers, but by selling to trucking companies who come from all over the country to fill up their trucks for commercial purposes. So as long as we can get that tank full, the overall cost of running the facility minus what it takes in our sales is what the profit is yielded there. So it's a really good operation. So we're positioned really well with water and gas. I'll give you an update on reliability with electricity. As you all know, the short story here is that outages are twice as frequent and they last 3 times as long as they did in the year 2000. That's what this chart shows. SAFE is the frequency of interruption. You'll see in 2000 it was about 1.26 for every customer. You were interrupted about 1.25 times a year. Recently it's been about 2.25. And this excludes major storm events. This is just day-to-day blue sky reliability. Next is the SAIDI. That is the interruption duration. So how long you're off. Back in 2000 it was about 2 hours every time you were interrupted. Now it's almost 7 hours. So twice as frequently, 3 times as long. That's the mountain that we're trying to come off of. and this did just not just happen overnight. I'm referencing 2000. Remember, that's 23 years ago. So we've been increasing our numbers since then, and so that's the trend that we are trying to reverse for our customers. So, how are we going to do that? We're going to do that by a three-part approach that I've talked about before. First, we're going to trim a bunch of trees. Then we're going to replace the outdated infrastructure. And then we are going to modernize the distribution grid, and I'll talk a little bit about that for each one of these. So trimming trees is on the agenda. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on trimming trees. You've heard people ask, where are the tree trimmers? And I'm going to show you. This chart shows the status of our electric line clearance. We have divided the entire service area into grids. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. The grid at the bottom that's numbered 127 through 139 shows some service in Mississippi. There is no service in Mississippi. Those blocks just kind of bleed down into Mississippi. So, but everything in green on this chart is what's been trimmed in 3 years. Remember, we have a 3-year trimming cycle, and so ostensibly you would like to have everything on the chart in green. But the green blocks here are what's been trimmed within a 3-year cycle. Everything else is longer than 3 years. Some areas, as you see, have not been trimmed since 2017, and that results in 4 times higher the number of outages that you would have if you were on a 3-year trimming cycle. So, what are we doing now? This chart shows what we have done when we hired the 3 tree trimming contractors. On the blue on the left is Kendall, and the red on the right is the Lewis Tree Service Company, and the yellow in the middle is ABC Tree Service. We bid these out. They all have roughly the same amount of time to complete. They have 1 year to complete, and you'll note there's a difference in clearance miles for each one. For ABC, they have slightly less mileage to complete, and you would expect that because in that area of town we have a lot of rear lot line service, which means you can't get equipment back there like boom trucks. You have to climb all of those trees, and you have to climb all of those poles in order to clear the vegetation off. Much more labor intensive, much more time consuming. We did, when we put the contractors in place, increase from 52 to 90 crews, and we will monitor and adjust the crews as they're needed. So where are they today? Well, I'll get to where they are today in just a second. I forgot about this slide. This is everything in the green that's cross-hashed. So the green that doesn't have stripes is what's been trimmed in 3 years. The green that is cross-hatched is the next area that is the longest overdue and what we will trim in the year between September 1st of 2023 and August 31st of 2024. So you could expect the chart to look all green, like everything that's cross-hashed in green. You'd expect that to look green at the end of this year, and then we'll move to the next areas until we get everything in green, meaning it's on a 3-year cycle. So this is our dashboard. This is live. I pulled this from the dashboard this morning, and you can see anything that's green has been completed. Anything that's blue is where the tree trimmers are currently working, and anything is red is where they are going next. So we are forecasting where the work's going to be done. We have the ability to determine where the crews physically are. I do want to say that these crews are doing incredibly important work for our community. I know that folks sometimes wonder who's coming into my neighborhood and what are they doing. Unfortunately, we've had a couple of our crews robbed of their equipment already. And so, again, we understand that's part of life here sometimes, that people are going to do bad things. But we're asking everybody to please, this affects everybody. So these tree crews are trying to improve quality of life for everybody. So they got to have their saws in order to do the work. So let's let them get about the business of improving that. So we're asking that everybody give their full cooperation and let the tree crews get their work done. So you can see 91.8 miles is completed. We started this about the first week of September. The first week was training and familiarization, so they're about 4 weeks in, slightly behind where they need to be to get the whole 1,400 miles done. But the first week was a little slow going, and remember, some of the areas they're trimming haven't been trimmed in 7 years, so it's pretty heavy vegetation for them to cut through. So this is where the trees are. You can look at this on our MLGW website if you'd like. It's there for everybody to peruse, and you can track our progress along the way. So I'll show you some pictures. Here's what it looks like in a suburban neighborhood where you can have the tree crews up in a boom. As you'll see on the left and on the right, that's what it looks like when they trim the trees back from the power lines. Here's a neighborhood that's more in the middle of the city, and you can see what it looks like, where they had to clear some rear lot line service there, and that's what it looks like when the trees are cleared. Here's an example on the left with power lines right in the middle of a mature tree. All those ropes that you see are the tree trimmers climbing those trees, and on the right is an area, kind of an industrial area, what it looks like when we clear that out. Again, on the left is a suburban style area. On the right is a rural transect. That's up in the Millington area where they've come down, where those power lines kind of go through the woods and they had to clear a big swath. So you can see the varied kinds of work. And here, this picture, if it's coming up, as it's coming up, this is in the heart of Memphis. This is right in the Binghamton neighborhood, right near the Green Line. So you can see the complexity of the work that they're having to do. That's three separate pictures. On the left is a guy in a tree. On the right are the guys on the ground. And on the right is a tree trimmer climbing a tree to clear vegetation away from the line. So pretty arduous work, and they are out there doing this each and every day. So hopefully that gives you a sense of the kinds of work that they're doing. And this is a broader picture of that same backyard, so you can kind of get a sense of the work that they're doing. Tree trimming is the first thing that will make a big impact on reliability, but making investments in our system are also going to make huge impacts on reliability. Now, in several weeks, I will be bringing you a budget preview once the Memphis Light Gas and Water Board of Commissioners approves the budget. I'll bring it to you. I'll give you a preview before I bring it to presentation. But I just want you to see that our forecast is that we're going to expend $1.2 billion through FY28 to build the electric distribution system that we need. It's reliable for today and meets the challenges of tomorrow. We spent about $172 million so far since 2020 towards that goal. And this coming year, you'll see about $229 million just in 1 year to advance that. It includes things like replacing transformers and circuit breakers, continued replacement of wooden poles, the underground cable, distribution automation. The first three are replacing outdated infrastructure. The last is modernizing the distribution grid. So distribution automation, a communications infrastructure, an automated distribution management system with the fault location system embedded in it, and then a new system operations center. And then the last piece I'll talk a little bit about, we have about $120 million in there for us to be able to meet resilience goals here in the face of a challenged bulk electric system. And we'll have a lot more details on that. Here is the roadmap, and I won't go through every line here, but I'll be providing this to you ahead of time to look at. Here's the path to reliability. Number one is tree trimming, and you'll see that over the next few years, we'll spend $266 million on that. Replacing outdated infrastructure, we are going to add manpower to do the work this coming year, both contracted and in-house. We'll continue to replace that outdated infrastructure. And then at the bottom is the grid modernization. And you'll see the expenditures we have there to build a modern distribution grid that can handle the challenges that are coming at us tomorrow. I won't make you read all of this, but we're going to go through it in detail when we get to the budget. So it's not just water, gas, and electric. You'll recall that we also have an LED streetlight project underway. This is our tracker for the LED streetlight. Again, you can see this for yourself on the MLGW website, along with all of our performance metrics. As of the end of September 25th, they're actually done with the week of October 2nd, but the data wasn't available to me today. But they replaced 50,000 streetlights against a goal of 52,000, so just a few behind. A few thousand behind, but you'll see if you look down in weeks 43 and on, there's a little bit of a buffer that we've built in there. So we're doing 2,400 a week. They anticipated it tailing off, and we built that buffer in. There's a buffer of additional 7,000 streetlights that we can install from about the middle of November till the end to make sure we get them all done. This is just streetlights. This is not leased outdoor lighting. This is streetlights. So we're confident we're going to get this done. And then leased outdoor lighting will be the next phase. We'll also begin working with the city of Bartlett and Arlington to get their lights installed as well. So again, a one-year project. Other cities are taking multiple years to get this done, but we know how important that is for us to do here. I also want to say that there's always been questions about MLGW accepting federal and state money, and there was actually some commentary that was put forth during the recent campaign that said we've turned back, and nothing is further from the truth. That's an abject lie. The city of Memphis Light, Gas, and Water has accepted and applied for $278 million against $481 million of projects. We've received $36 million. We've applied for $59 million for the gas system. We've applied for another $38 million. We've applied for $112 million for our grid resilience program. We expected to get an answer for that in September. Every day we are calling and checking the portal. We think we're very competitive for this grant. And so that's going to go a long way to helping with our reliability as well. And even here locally, the Army Corps of Engineers is partnering to help us with the resilience of our distribution and our transmission system. You see we have about a $6.5 million project to improve the resilience of the distribution and transmission system. And the federal government's going to pick up about $4 million of that. So it's a pretty significant savings for what we're doing. And then also, per the storms this summer, we've gotten $23 million of FEMA reimbursement for $31 million of damages. So a significant amount. We have a team that looks every day to find out what we can do to get more federal and state funding to meet our requirements. So I just want to be pretty plain that we are looking for every opportunity to spend money that people would like to offer us instead of having to use ratepayer money for that. So that is the update I have for you. I'm happy to take any questions that you have for me.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Councilwoman Easter Thomas. She has joined us. Did you have any questions? Okay, I'll add you later because I got to pick up. The first person is Councilman Warren.
Thank you. You know, the people who trim the trees have been robbed multiple times and things like that, but I was given the impression that that's not just a Memphis thing, that there are organized groups that are going across the country doing this and then selling the equipment elsewhere. What can citizens do to try to help us catch them when we're here?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. This is not just a Memphis thing. This is but the issue is just we want to make sure that these folks stay and continue the work and that they're able to get the work done. We have really good cooperation with MPD. The Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Security Team is out there, and they also are helping to patrol those areas. Our customers are being given advance notice with door hangers. So if you could just, kind of eyes on the street is what we're looking for. And again, fortunately, nobody was hurt. One of them was a theft of property rather than a robbery. The other one was a robbery. But we know this happens throughout the year with other tree crews that are not involved with what we're doing. So we're just asking that everybody keep their eyes peeled and, pay attention to what's happening around them.
Yes, so if you see a tree crew in your neighborhood and something looks suspicious around it, that's time to call MPD.
Sure.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. McGowan, for the tree trimming, just to clarify, have all the identified mileage, if you can go back to the one that showed the boxes of what they've already done, have they already identified all the trees that need to be trimmed, or they're just going by area and then assessing as they go?
Yeah, they are going by area because what they're doing is taking a circuit or a line and they're going down that circuit in that area and trimming anything that's back that's within 10 feet or 15 feet, depending on the kind of distribution line that it is.
Is there ever a circumstance where they may say they need to go ahead and cut the whole tree?
Yes.
Instead of trimming back?
Yes. So if it is within our 10 or 15 feet and we are going to trim so much of the tree that it's going to eventually kill the tree or cause it to topple over, we will typically ask the property owner if we can remove the whole tree. Okay. But yes, if it looks like we're going to kill the tree, we'll remove the whole tree.
So it's about the health of the tree, not the situation in the yard or how close it is to the
you
pole.
don't want it to. We're trimming the tree so that the branches don't come down and hit the power lines.
Right.
But if in the process if the main trunk of the tree is right up against the power lines, and now you're causing the weight such that it might fall on someone's house or it's just gonna fall in their yard, it's not gonna be a healthy tree, so we'll remove the whole thing.
Okay. And then just another question, because I promised my neighbor I'd ask. If they have transformers in their backyard,
Okay.
how do they go ahead and get expedited if all the shrubbery and the vines and the trees and branches are on that particular transformer?
So that, I guess I would say expedited. I would be in the business of expediting the entire service area because it's like that. Unfortunately,
With the transformers,
frankly,
too?
everywhere. It's
Okay.
growing up. If it grows up the poles or it grows up the support lines and it's on the transformers, it's probably there everywhere. Now, if we're having a particular issue with some intermittent power there, we can get the guys out to do some.
Okay.
Rather than doing the whole line clearance, they can do some hot spotting
While
And
they're
we have-
waiting on.
And we have crews that can do some hot spotting in some
I
areas.
think we're
so.
in that.
It's hard to tell on a map.
61 box.
You're
I
in the
see where
61
Chelsea-
box?
There's 60 or there's 61.
Okay.
You're definitely in the red. But I'll send you that address just so they can see. But
We're happy to do
yeah,
hot spotting.
she
if we
says
need
that
to.
they used to come get trimmed all the time, and now it's just not.
She's right. They used to get trimmed all the time.
So, okay, thank you, Sharon.
Thank you for that question, but let me add, President, please share with them that we don't cut trees down free for people just because they want the trees cut down. I get call after call after call. Can you call the MLGW and tell them just come and cut the tree down?
Sure. Yeah. So I hear it a lot. My tree is having issues, and my tree looks like it's going to fall. And I'm like, you're right. The most operative word in that sentence is my. If you are the property owner, it is your tree and your responsibility. So we have an obligation. We have 4,500 miles or so of right-of-way that we have to clear. We have an easement. That's another question that people have. Well, there's an easement here, so you should come and clear everything out of that easement. Well, we clear things away from the power lines in that easement. We're not responsible for the things on the ground in the easement. So we do not come and just customarily cut trees down in your yard that are threatening. We will cut the limbs back so that we can keep moving and keep the electrical liability where we need to be. I will be bringing you, as I told you before, a dangerous tree ordinance for you to consider for trees that are way back from the easement that do pose a danger of falling and potentially bringing power down. And we would ask the homeowner to remove that. And then we might be able to get into an assistance program there if we decide to fund something like that. But customarily, we do not do that.
Please share that information in your communications department when you
Absolutely.
communicate with our customers. We have council members in this order: Morgan, Canale, Jones, and Swearingen, Washington.
Clean
Councilman
sweep.
Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's a huge number, but remind me again the number that you've discussed in the past about the cost to bury the power lines throughout our network.
$9 billion.
Okay. And
And
then I look at $228 million over the next 5 years for tree trimming. And it, so, yeah, for combining 2024, just the projections you had on this sheet. At what point, where does the scales, I guess, tip in terms of, especially like the pictures you show in the Binghamton neighborhood on the green line, some of those areas that really recover a significant amount of maintenance versus areas where there's no old growth, the trees aren't anywhere near the power lines, it's not that big a deal. Like there's not a lot of risk to them, but especially in the pictures you showed in old growth neighborhoods of at some point would it not be more cost beneficial just to bury those parts of our lines and infrastructure?
And I think that's not something that we're not going to consider, Councilman, because there is selected undergrounding that we'll do. But remember, the $9 billion is a fixed one-time investment to underground them, but that is not your final cost because when underground lines fail, they're much more expensive to replace, about 5x more expensive than overhead lines, and they do fail. But yes, that is something we will consider in specific areas. This is a 5-year get us as well as we can possibly get and get the system as reliably as we could possibly get with everything back on a 3-year cycle. a modern grid, and now we'll be in a position to look at additional undergrounding in areas where it makes sense. So,
Okay. And I mean, I know we could break it out by the math of how many miles of underground lines we have now versus what we spend and divide it out. So this is what we spend
we have
for
about 40,
annual maintenance.
Yeah, about 40% underground right now of our whole system.
Okay.
They all don't work well either.
We've had to replace a bunch during the recent storms.
Okay, and this may be again for beyond this committee, but it would be interesting to see what we spend to repair and replace that 40% of our infrastructure versus the other 60%, and then balancing that out with the debt we'd have to take out to bury the lines versus the ongoing annual expense that we're paying $50 million a year.
And I think, as Councilman Warren said, this is a conversation that's happening with every utility around the country who's challenged to meet the demands of their customers. And I just was reading one about why isn't Duke Energy burying more of their power lines? They're having almost identical discussion to what we're having here. You're right. It's a balancing point about how much you do versus the cost of debt versus the ongoing maintenance costs. And those are really good discussions to have.
As long as somebody's working on the formula.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Canale?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, President McGowan. Are we replacing wood poles with wood or steel or concrete?
Today, we're replacing them with wood. But we're replacing them with wood, and we have a strengthening, not using the right word. Alonzo, remind me what the thing is called that we put around the bottom. A sheath, basically, that goes around them in the ground that makes them stronger. We are looking at, and I've asked our team to look at in certain areas, what an upgraded material would be. So they're looking at various options for upgraded material. So just so you know, wood poles are not all created the same. There's different classes. There are bigger diameter, they're taller, some are buried deeper. And the deeper you bury it, the taller you go, the more you can put on it. So we're looking at all of those options. Today, I've got to get rid of the really rotten ones, and I've got to do it quickly. So we're putting like for like. But in areas where we know that there's some threats, we're saying let's just put the biggest class pole that we have, which is class 1. That's the absolute strongest pole we have. Even if a class 3 is warranted, by design, we're just putting a bigger diameter, a little taller.
Will you report back when you get that information? I'd like to see that.
Okay. It'll take a little while for us to get through that, but
sure. But
part of the overall system. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Staff, will you make sure that we remember that question so we can bring that back? Thank you. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. McGowan. I wanted to, I've received, as I'm sure most of my colleagues have, just more complaints about the billing, the lack of bills being received. What are we doing? And I see that the number's coming down, but is MLG&W having to account more for uncollectibles as a result of this? And how I just want to make sure that our ratepayers are not necessarily being penalized for something that wasn't their cause. I've seen, some of them may have been news reports, may have been anecdotal reports of didn't receive a bill for this time. And I'm not talking about the ones where you may see a news report for the bill being $12,000 or something like that, but still repeated 3 or 4 months without a bill, how we're accounting for it and how we doing what we can to work with the customers to make sure that they aren't penalized or harmed any further.
Sure. Okay, so talk a little bit about where we were. Again, we did bring the number down significantly because the 3-part approach. Number 1, fixing the registers so that they don't fail. We can actually get a reading and send the accurate bill. Number 2, getting the bills out that were backlogged by estimating the use, and that estimate is based on their prior 12 months of usage. And we have an estimation algorithm that is it's the same model that's used by utilities across the country, so it's not something of our creation, and it's very accurate. And then the final piece is putting the filter back in so that we don't get those bills you talked about, the $12,000 bill that goes out the door. Now, customers who have received a bill or multiple bills after 4 months of not receiving one, when they receive that 4th bill, it should be aggregate total of everything that they've paid and anything that was consumed during that period of time, whether it was actual reading or an estimate. And they are paying for only the utilities that they have used. We have utility assistance that we can provide to them. We are not cutting anybody off. Even if the notice says you have a cutoff notice, they have 30 days to contact us, and then we're working with them to give a considerable amount of time for them to pay that in addition to utility assistance. So we are not charging them any more than they would be charged for utilities that they have consumed during that period of time. Yes, it's all coming at one time, but everyone knows if they've used lights and gas and water during that period of time. So the best we could do is give them time and give them some additional resources to help make those first payments. And we'll continue to do that with utility assistance as we see the need.
Okay, and so are we still looking at the same projected date where we should have some of the bills or the erroneous bills corrected, or have we extended it?
No, we anticipate having the billing issue resolved by the end of this calendar year, which is what we had forecast.
Right.
And then we anticipate continuing to change the registers into 2024. That's just a timeline for when the manufacturer can deliver us those. So for the time being, we're putting, like for like regulars back in the gas meters. We're replacing the actual water meters with new registers. The only thing that we're going to do is to make sure that any monies that we expend on behalf of correcting this problem, we're going to talk with the manufacturer to say, we think that you should help us with this recovery effort because this was not a problem of our making.
Mm-hmm. And most of the attention has been on the electric, but I know that some time ago you came back and talked about the water and how that those registers being digital sort of affected it. If you think about before we had the iPhone, well, the iWatches, but if you put water on a digital device, it's pretty much going to eliminate it. But where are we as far as replacing the existing water meters with those that are less susceptible to fail?
Yes, sir. The issue is with the gas and the water meters. The electric meters, what you're seeing there is sometimes that's the part 3 of this, where there's an exception that shows Mr. Jones used $17,000 worth of electricity. That would normally be caught. That's the part we have to put back in. There's nothing wrong with that meter typically. But yes, so the water registers are being replaced with a waterproof electromechanical. It's not a liquid crystal display, so it can operate underwater in all conditions. The manufacturer's having to produce those. So as fast as we get them in, we're putting them on with those crews out there. And then on the gas meters, they're manufacturing a specialty part for us that's 10 times stronger than the old one was, so we shouldn't have it. And we're also replacing the dials on there to make sure that we have no drag issues that would cause additional friction, which would cause. So we're trying to eliminate any potential cause in the future. But those are both underway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those were great questions. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I just had one quick question. How do you deal with neighbors? The neighbor trees are over their utility lines, and you can't get the neighbor to do anything about it. And they said they called Memphis Gas and Water, and they said, well, it's the neighbor trees. The neighbor need to call us. How do we work that? And eventually the storm came and pulled the utilities line away from the person's house. And they upset, but because they had to pay an electrician to connect it back to the house, they still can't get the neighbor to do anything. And Memphis Gas and Water is like, keep it their distance.
Yeah, I'll have to ask, I don't know, do we have an answer to that, Jennifer? Alonzo, do you remember how we handle that?
Please come to the mic.
I've heard of this situation before, and I just can't remember how we resolved it, if we have.
It's probably more than one like that.
Oh, yeah.
Please state your name and address for our record.
Alonzo Weaver, 220 South Main. In that situation, it sounds like it's a service to a home, and we can do some trimming around that. I would need to have the specific address to look at that particular situation. But we always run into conflict on trees, whether it's the neighbor's tree, their tree, or something like that, and being able to trim it away. But the service lines are the ones that are a little bit challenging to address. When we speak of our normal tree trimming cycle, we're talking about the lines that run in the back of the yard. The service lines are really what are supposed to be taken care of by the owner.
No, okay, you got the pole in the back.
Yes.
And the service comes from the pole to
To
the
the
house.
house.
The neighbor's trees overtook the lines.
Yeah, we need to look at that super specific situation.
And but my question is, if you got an issue with a neighbor, can we just call in and report that the trees are on the line and y'all would cut the trees even though it's the neighbors and not the person who made the call?
I have to look at that.
Point of information.
Okay, Dr. Warren?
If the tree is the neighbor's tree, but it is coming over your
You can cut
property,
that.
you have the right to cut it.
You have the right to cut that.
So you can cut, yeah, you can cut that.
What will Memphis Light Gas and Water do?
If it's,
You tell Memphis Light Water they could do it fine with me.
Right. And we would do that as a normal course of line clearance, but typically if it's on your property and your service drop, we're not going to clear that line because we're working on the distribution lines. And that's really, again, that's the property owner's responsibility to clear anything in that area.
You don't have the lines in the front. The lines are run across the
Right.
backyard.
That's right.
The backyard line is the service, is the line that we're gonna cut for our tree trimming cycle. The line that comes from that pole to your home is your
yours.
service line, and that is the owner of the property's service line, and they have to maintain the tree for that.
Okay. All right, so they really need to deal with the neighbor.
Or if it's overhanging on your property, you cut it. They can.
Yeah, but when I went over there, the limbs were all inside the land. It was a mess.
The tree belongs where it lands.
Okay, thank you, but that makes sense. Not, Okay.
Thank you for the questions. I think we had good questions. If you have any more, please contact Doug McGowan. Are there any other questions? All minds and hearts clear? This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your participation.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Covett. Councilman Ford. Councilman Canali. Councilwoman Robinson. Chair Johnson.
Present. Today we have 4 items we need to address. Time is tight, so we're going to try to get through them as quickly as possible. The first item is a SUB special use permit at 2206 East Shelby Drive. It is a request to allow a convenience store with gasoline sales in the CMU1 district. Office of Planning and Development, can you give me a presentation quickly?
Yes, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. As you just mentioned, it is a special use permit, and I'm frozen up here, for a convenience store with gasoline sales. Let me try to get back here. At the corner of Shelby Drive and Airways. Still freezing up. I don't know what I'm doing, Andy. But essentially, this is an existing gasoline or convenience store with gas sales at the corner, at the northwest corner of Shelby Drive and Parkway, Airways. And they are intending to keep an existing canopy that is there. They're going to demolish the existing building that was the original convenience store and build a new building behind it. If you're familiar with that area, that is a property that's been in disrepair for quite some time. So this would be a new convenience store that is set back from the corner with additional landscaping. It would also have closing 2 curb cuts, which is positive. It's the bottom. And it is in the commercial mixed use 1 zoning district. And so an SUP is required. As you can see on the location map here, down just south of the airport. Here's an aerial. Again, CMU1 is the zoning. It's surrounded by CMU3. The land uses are commercial and industrial. This is a site plan showing the new building to the northwest, closing 2 existing curb cuts here, and additional landscaping, keeping the existing canopy and renovating it. So here are some images, and as you can see, it has been in disrepair, and these are, it's actually become more in disrepair over the past few months. So we are recommending approval, and the Land Use Control Board also recommended approval with 2 conditions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So what are they asking for that's different? Because there's a strip mall, a little store right across the street, and a service station. Am I correct? Tell me what's different. What are they asking for that's not there?
That's not there. So if you see the existing building that is slid up under the canopy here, they are asking to demolish that existing building and build a new building that would be back in the back corner, which would be more like the traditional gas stations that you see. So it would be a new building that would be set back. The canopy would remain, and they would renovate that, and then they would do a lot of the site improvements that would be required. Sidewalk.
It will be a service station and a store.
Correct.
And it looked like the one at the corner of Mill Branch and Shelby Drive.
I'm not familiar with that exactly, but I'm assuming it would be, yes, it would be a convenience store with the gasoline sales.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Carlisle?
Thank you. Could you bring the conditions back up for me? All right. So, I mean, these are things that are always later, but the tanks are in the ground. I mean, that's the kicker. That's the hardest part about dealing with these situations, especially in when you're looking at pricing values, is the cost to remove the tanks wouldn't meet the value of the underlying real estate. So it's what do you do with it? And I think getting it cleaned up is helpful. So I'll add, and we'll have to go pull these, but do we have the applicant here? Do we know if they've got which flag they're using?
That's what I was going to ask. Is the applicant here?
I do not see them.
So I'll just reserve that question for downtown or downstairs when they get here. If we can find out if they've got a flag, again, we're going to restrict. assuming they're working with a specific well-known flag, if that flag changes, they got to come back and seek approval. We've done this. We did this last time, and it's to stop that slow deterioration, like hotels. Brand standards are usually applicable to those flags that they fly, whether it's Shell, Exxon, et cetera. There are independent, and I just want to know if that's the case. And then I don't know how inside the door you want to go, but you may want to. I'm concerned in certain locations that certain goods are sold that are well within the law, but they're legally permissible, but they're not usually intended for what they're legally permissibly sold for. It's probably the best way I can say that. You see it constantly along Summer Avenue in a lot of those convenience stores. So I'm gonna think about that before we get downstairs, but I'll talk to you guys more online. I'll be much more specific.
Councilman?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I have an additional question. If the applicant is not here, can we just hold this to the next meeting?
That was my point.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, it's tradition that, we used to say, you got to be present to win. And colleagues going forward, the reason I strongly encourage them to be in committee is that they will intentionally not be here and try to push it down to 3:30, and then potential surprises come about. So I would strongly encourage a hold for 2 weeks. This is the second time in as many meetings that our applicant hadn't shown up, not in just this case. It was another case. But that's what I would recommend to the body, especially this one going forward.
Yeah, because I had a question too, if you talk to them, in regards to why are they pushing the main building back too, I want to make sure it's no type of extra stop, like a truck stop. In the meantime, slipping through there. So
Well,
we
they
just
don't have the real estate for that. But my question is, now the picture's up, what's the sign? Will the sign? What's the issue with the sign? Will that be reutilized? Is it legal non-conforming? Is it a part of the?
I don't have that exactly. I think the sign will remain.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Here, let's everybody in agreement and letting this be postponed for 2 weeks. And the next date is October the 24th. All in agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Here none. That will be moved to next 2 weeks. Okay, we're gonna jump down to item number 3. It's a resolution approving an honorary street name on 317 Tillman Street between Mimosa Avenue and Yale Avenue for Walter Cleveland Casey Sr., Director of Leicester Community Center. This is District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilman Morgan. Can I get someone to move it?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and second. Councilman Morgan, would you like to speak on this issue?
No, that if you hadn't had the opportunity to meet Mr. Casey over his last 55 years of service to the city of Memphis, I think this meeting will be the last opportunity as he retires next week.
Okay.
And so he deserves every honor, accolade that we can lay upon him, and we'll do a street naming today.
Okay, fantastic. All in favor of sending this down? Aye. Any opposition? It's been approved and will be given a favorable recommendation. The second resolution is approving an honorary street name on Mississippi Boulevard between East Georgia Avenue and East E.H. Crumps Boulevard for Nat D. Williams, a visionary trailblazer in the music and radio industry. This is District 6, Super District 8, and it's sponsored by me, Cheyenne Jones.
Second.
It's been moved by Ford and second by, I think Robinson said it first, if I recall first. Personally, I never, I wasn't around to meet Mr. Williams. I met several people who knew Mr. Williams, and they told me about how ordinary of a person he actually was, and what he did in the music business, what he did as an educator, and how he became the first Black DJ for WDIA, and they are going to be recognizing him too this coming month, at the end of the month, when they celebrate their 75th anniversary. So I strongly ask you to support this resolution, and we'll see him this afternoon, some of his children. Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go back to item number, did we vote? We didn't vote? I thought everybody said they were here. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, it will receive a favorable recommendation, and thank you, Chase. Okay, item number 2. It is a special exception, 28, is it 28, 23-01 for 34, 40, 42, and 48 South McLean Boulevard. It's a request to overturn a decision of the Land Use Control Board. This is District 6, District 6, Super District 8, charged with redistricting. Okay, plan of,
Thank you,
can I
Madam
get
Chair.
it to move? I guess we need to move it first.
Move it.
Moved by, and second by Swear.
Call that.
Washington. They got beat you over here. Okay, go for it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. I think you've already given the introduction to what the case is. The location is in Midtown, just behind Starbucks and T-Mobile, if you know, at the corner of McLean and Union. The vicinity map is to the right, showing the property owners that were notified. The aerial to the left is showing the existing properties. To the right, showing the land uses, which is mostly commercial, some office, and then multifamily and single family adjacent as well. DPD did recommend approval to the Land Use Control Board, and the Land Use Control Board has recommended actually approved it, and this is an appeal of that approval to this body. So just a little background on our analysis and how we came to recommend approval and the approval from the Land Use Control Board. Looking at the height map and the overlay district, the Midtown overlay, it is shown as, so this is the location here, just between 10 stories to the north and the south, and then there's also 6 stories shown along Madison. So it's a small portion there that is adjacent to what would be considered allowed 10 stories. So that was one aspect. The second aspect is we looked at Memphis 3.0 and the future land use map. And here's the location here again, and when we look at that, it's shown as primarily multifamily neighborhood. And so going to the description for primarily multifamily neighborhood, we found it consistent to be consistent with Memphis 3.0 in that it does show as 1 to 3 plus stories in height. So that gives some flexibility to the number of stories. So that was another aspect. And then if we go to the Memphis Innovation Corridor and the Transit-Oriented Development Plan that was adopted in early 2022 as the 2021 plan amendment, we see that it is classified, this area is at the McLean-Auburndale station for the bus rapid transit, and so it is an urban corridor center. And so going to the description of that, this is the different typologies for the stations that go along the BRT, and again, urban corridor center, and that would be classified as mid-rise for new development at 3 to 5 stories. And so all of those things came into factors as we looked at this. Here is existing photos of the properties. There are 2 existing structures there that are now office and commercial, and they have been for some time. And an aerial of the property here in yellow, and you can see Starbucks to the bottom and T-Mobile, and then to the top of the page here would be the Gilmore. So we also looked at, because the Land Use Control Board is authorized to grant special exceptions. So when we analyzed it, we looked at what is the surrounding context, and the surrounding context does have a variety of heights for the different buildings. So, and you're probably familiar with most of these. Again, to the left is 8 stories, that's the Gilmore. Just below that is the new Madison McLean apartments. And if you come around counterclockwise, the 10-story 45 Idlewild, I believe it's called, that was recently renovated. And then kind of continuing coming around, you have the Citizen that was recently renovated. The 7-story hotel was renovated, and then an additional 4-story building was added to the front of that. And so with all those factors and consideration, we did recommend approval with these conditions. One would be that we do not require an 18-inch elevation on this property, which it was required by the shop frontage. It would limit the amount of EFS to 10% on any building's exterior finish. And then the elevations would be submitted to DPD for approval for materials, and a landscape plan would also be submitted to DPD for approval. And here is a proposed elevation of the original floor plan, and that's the presentation. If I can answer any questions.
Okay. Martellus Jones. Okay, the individual, I think we want to hear from the other side first, so we can see. They filed up here. Is it Mr. Gordon here? Okay.
Well, I just have a quick question. What is EIFS?
F.
No more than 10%. Okay, gotcha.
Sorry, you have to sign all that stuff on real estate. I didn't know either.
Okay. Identify yourself and give your address, please.
Okay, my name is Robert Gordon. I'm with MidtownMemphis.org.
Okay.
And I live in Central Gardens.
Okay. Why did you file this appeal?
Because if you'll go back to the height map, Brett, please. Because the height map suggests that this should be 3 stories, and the Midtown overlay, which has more authority than even 3.0, suggests it should be 3 stories, and I'll show you that documentation as well. And well, okay, either way, you can see in the part of the map that's exposed here the different colors and what they indicate. Green being the highest, 10 stories, yellow being 6 stories, and the pink being 3 stories. The 4 lots in question are actually all pink. In my map, I circled the 4 lots in 3.0. These 4 lots are particularly singled out and said to stay 3.0, to stay 3 stories. It says that the lots across the street can be built up. It says the lots behind need some work to sustain, but in the 3.0 height map, I'm sorry, it says in the 3.0 height map that changed it in the degree of change map. It says that, there you go. This is the degree of change map from 3.0, and it says these 4 lots, unlike the ones across the street, which should be accelerated, and the ones behind, which should be sustained, these 4 lots should be left as they are. No change applies. NA. No change does not apply to these because they're right as they are. Can you go back? Yes, yes.
That's no action?
That means change does not apply. The degree of change map does not apply here. Okay. And then can we go back to the Midtown, to the height map? In my conversation with Dr. Warren, one of the things that we discussed was how Union looks different from Madison. And my point was that, yes, and McLean looks different from Madison and Union. That's because it's at 3 floors. Brett, can we go to the other height map, the overlay? And that's what those colors represent. So a property like this, which I haven't done it scientifically, but I think is going to be the widest building that will be in Midtown, 4 lots wide, without a break, and higher than what is recommended by all of the city's documentation. Then it seems to me that a project like this belongs on Madison or Union, where this type of building is encouraged. Why we like McLean and why McLean looks different from Madison and Madison different from Union is why this project should not go forward.
Before I proceed, Mr. Zena, I recognize that you came to the desk. Do you have a comment before I ask the councils to speak?
John Zena, Planning and Development. I just want to clarify, the purpose of degree of change in the comprehensive plan is not to be universal to all properties, to indicate, particularly where there's not a degree of change, that the plan is recommending no change. That is not the case. Degree of change is specific to the areas of the comprehensive plan identified as anchors, This was not identified as an anchor. This was identified, as Mr. Ragsdale pointed out, as primarily multifamily neighborhood. And so the future land use category that Mr. Ragsdale showed, that 1 to 3 stories, would be what the plan recommended in terms of the future land use for this property. And then furthermore to that, we later conducted the transit-oriented development plan, as Mr. Ragsdale pointed out. And so those area types that he showed, that the urban center, 3 to 5 stories, would be essentially what the plan is recommending for this area.
Okay.
I'm available if you have any questions about
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Let me let the opposition come up now and speak to the developers. Please identify yourself and address, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Josh Whitehead, Birchport, Johnson, 130 North Court, and I'm joined by my client, Eddie Kircher. Address?
8597 Southwind Drive, Memphis.
Thank you. And I reside too in Central Gardens. Number one, anytime in my experience, both on the private side and the public side, a map, a color-coded parcel by parcel map attempts to assign to some great level of detail, height, or any kind of other restrictions, there's usually some language associated with that map that provides relief. And when the overlay map that we saw earlier was adopted, simultaneous with that, a relief mechanism was adopted called the special exception mechanism. It's one of the, it contains one of the lowest thresholds as far as findings of fact by this body. Number two, it's been about 4 months since we received our approval at the Land Use Control Board. And in that 4 months, we've been in contact with a lot of institutional financiers, and we have determined that boutique senior living facilities are very hard to finance. And when I say boutique, I mean small 3 or 4 story facilities that have no amenities. They want fine dining amenities, they want gymnasiums, etc., which brings us to our request with this appeal. We'd like to revert to the underlying zoning district's height allowance of 75 feet. We don't think we're going to build up to that height, but we think that makes sense. It allows us some flexibility. We probably will only be able to build 5 stories to get those amenities with additional height on that first floor. But with the closure of the closure and the conversion of Parkview from a senior living facility to a market rate facility, that's at Poplar and Tucker, half a mile to our north, with the closure of Glen Mary on North Parkway, and with the demolition of the Belvedere apartments about 8 years ago, our study that we have commissioned and a Memphis region-wide study that is done periodically has both shown there's a great need in Midtown for this use. We have letters of support that we'll disseminate downstairs. We'll have some speakers on this matter, but there are a lot of people who want to live in Midtown. Their children, their grandchildren live in Midtown, and there's not a lot of opportunities.
What type of facility are we speaking of? It has not been stated.
We are looking at senior living, which would contain about 1/3 of our units as memory care and 2/3 of our units as more independent living.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to comment that this is my neighborhood, and directly across the street from where I live is where the Parkview closed. My father lived in the Parkview when he wanted to come and live close to us in town. I've had number of patients who've had to move because the Parkview closed, because the Glen Mary closed, and because the new Kroger was built, and that took those down. And all of those buildings are higher than 5 stories. You know, my only concern about this building is I don't think it's big enough. You know, I'm not sure 75 feet is enough, and they should look at 8 or 10 stories, because we have that need for senior living in Memphis, particularly in Midtown. So in my mind, where this is, it would go perfectly well because of all the other tall buildings that have already been there, been destroyed, and being repurposed. And we need that for seniors, affordable places they can live in Midtown and be near their families. So, yeah, I know I can't make a motion to tell you what to build, but in my mind, you know, I think we should consider making it to where they can take it larger if that would provide more facilities for that area and they think they can do it financially. But that's just me. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Chairman, move it down. Chairman Jones, then I'll move it down. Okay.
Well, for one, I didn't realize that this is District 6 and Super District 8 now. But, you know, I do frequent this practically every day. I stop at that Starbucks. And when I think about parallel streets, going back west, we're talking about Belvedere. Going east, the next main intersection is going to be Cooper. And so I don't think that we can put the same restrictions on McLean as we're talking about some of the other streets, Auburndale, and, you know, I forget some of the ones that are parallel between those main arteries. And so I see I'm going to be in favor of this because it is McLean. We're not talking about some of the, you know, Idlewild. I can't think of all of the streets that are between. Well, so Belvedere is the one to the west, but you still have some streets between Belvedere, McLean. Then you have some streets between McLean and Cooper, which if we're talking 3 or 4 or 5, I don't see them being congruent with what's currently over there. But for this one to be on McLean, where it is, I speak in favor of it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
We have one other chairman, not chairman, but Councilman Covette.
All right, let's just make sure we get this right. We're voting to approve the development to deny the appeal. Okay, so a yes vote approves the project, denies the appeal. Just making sure, am I doing that right? Or is it the exact opposite? A no vote denies the appeal and approves the project. All right, and how do we need to codify the 72 feet?
75.
75.
Right,
Why do I keep saying
that goes back
72?
to planning and zoning. How would they do that? And, you know.
Ronzina Planning and Development. If you want to take an example from the last appeal you heard, that was the Southwind on Tournament Drive, where you had an appeal from the neighborhood, and what the developer did, Mr. Whitehead, was essentially to introduce a substitute resolution that identified the change so that you weren't simply voting to approve or reject as is.
Okay, so
if there is there would need to be a substitute resolution to.
All right, forgive me. I've only been doing this for 8 years, but this was I got to remember how to do it. So what we're saying, colleagues, is a no vote is a yes is actually approval of the development, and then downstairs we expect Mr. Whitehead to come to us with a substitute amendment that we can then vote yes on, because the substitute amendment will have 75 feet. Further, based on what my colleagues are saying, 8 stories is what, 88 feet? Because that's the neighbor is 8 stories, as I recall.
The Gilmore to the
correct.
North, yes.
Let's go with 75. But if I hear 88 downstairs, I'm not going to get all uptight about it. But that's
75.
Okay. So 75, but it's a no vote, denies the appeal, and says yes to the applicant. So then just make sure I know what we're saying today and what we're going to say down at 3:30. Cool?
Okay.
Cool.
Okay. I do get a motion on that item to start with. We did get a motion. Okay. All in favor of the appeal. Of the appeal. If you're in favor of the appeal, you vote yes, meaning that they cannot build a 5-story facility. So all in favor of the appeal say yes. All against the appeal say no. No. So that appeal fails, sir, Mr. Gold. And then we'll see you downstairs with the, right, the additional resolution. That's
The hour is 3:19. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. This date is October 10th. Ms. Hyman, would you please conduct a roll call?
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Here. Councilman Colvett. Here. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Here. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilwoman Robinson. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Chairman Jones.
Here. Colleagues, we have one item that's on the agenda. This is the item that was heard in our Economic Development, Tourism, Technology Committee, and it was moved to executive session. We don't have a lot of time, so I would just ask that we keep our comments brief. Yes, sir.
I say, Mr. Chairman, I would just move this along with no recommendation.
Okay, great. So for those in the public, I still want to make the comment that although this will take its normal course, we will take it down, well, we'll send it downstairs in 2 weeks to be heard, but I would ask that we still allot time in either in executive or either in your committee for us to still have the continued discussions about this item. Even if it takes, we do the same thing in second reading, we do the same thing in third reading, but tonight it's just gonna go down with recommendation. We're not slowing this down any. But we hope, this is not a recommendation. I don't see Mr. Wade is here. So out of our attorney-client privilege, I hope that you will have some discussions to get us where we need to be on this item.
I think that's very prudent, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking for a second for my motion.
Second, okay. Okay, so that item has been moved and properly second. Seeing no other council members to speak on this item, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item will go down with no recommendation. Item number 20 is withdrawn from our regular agenda today. And then items 7 and 19 will be held until October 24th, 2023. We do have one add-on item, and that's a resolution accepting $350 million in state grants as a state grant for sports facility improvements. All council districts sponsored by the administration. All council districts, and there's a request for same night minutes on this item. May I have a motion on this item?
Move it.
Okay, with second. Okay, with same night minutes. Has been moved and second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. So our same night minute items will be items 13 and 33. Is there anything else to come before this committee? Yes, sir. The hold is 7 and 19. Item 20 is withdrawn. And then our same night minute items are 13 and 33.
I just want to congratulate the body, if I may, Mr. Chair, on the lowest number of